Lim Lim Kulin Chutin. Okay, I'd like to introduce everybody. This is Janice Switlo. She's a longtime practicing lawyer. She's worked for government, I believe the Department of Justice and Indian Affairs.
Yeah, I'll cover that. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So anyway, so without any further ado, I'd like to introduce Janice Switlo.
Oh. Okay. Whoa. Okay. There we go. Can you hear me? Usually if I'm too loud on the mic, let me know. Okay. So yeah, I mean, this is so good for me to be back here. I lived here in the 1990s. When I had left, I was in-house Department of Justice in-house legal counsel for Indian Affairs, as it was then known. Before that, though, let me just step back so you have a little idea of my background and what I bring to the table. I have it was then a 5-year bachelor's of commerce degree from Sauder University, University of British Columbia Sauder School of Business. Then I practiced for 2 years as a management consultant with an international computer company. Control Data Canada was what I was based out of. I always wanted to go to law school, and I declared that I would be, when I was 5, I told my brother, I'm going to be a nun. And he looked at me, and I had hair way past my waist. He said, you know that they'll cut your hair. And it was like, okay, well, that plan was out. Because I was raised Roman Catholic, went to Catholic grade school. Okay, so you're aware of that. And so I looked, I said, well, no, I'm not going to have my hair cut. So I turned and said, so I'm going to be a lawyer. And so at age 5, that was, clearly the path that I wanted to be. And I did very well in law school. I've gone back. Just after I finished my Bachelor of Commerce degree, I decided to write the LSAT, but I didn't want to prepare for it. These days, usually people get a tutor, you get sample tests to take, you get an idea what's on the exam at least. I did it absolutely cold. I did it the morning after my last exam at UBC. And that evening, I was leaving for Hawaii with my friends from university. We're going on a trip. So I want to know, is this a good match? Because I've had this idea for so long, and I ended up scoring in the top 4% in the world in the exam. So I thought, okay, well, I guess this is meant to be. I'm not going to struggle too much on this because I had a promising business career ahead of me. My brother set up concert box offices that became Ticketmaster. So I come from a long line, and my dad, entrepreneurs, business people. So that was sort of the direction. But no, since gotta be a lawyer. Just before I went to law school, I was actually offered modeling contract in New York City. So I could have had that kind of lifestyle, if you will, glamorous, very wealthy. So no, I still got to, I don't want to wake up 50 years old and say, why didn't I become a lawyer? So lots of things thrown my way to sort of say, no, don't go that route. But I did. And I learned the practice of law with big law firm, Ladner Downs, it was called at the time. And then I wanted to go into, I thought, well, if I'm doing this, I'm going to do my own private practice. So I went into a small law firm. It was there that I discovered, it's kind of like a whistleblower, the things that were going on between the senior partner and the bank. They were using trust fund, stuff you're not supposed to do as a lawyer. So immediately I went to the Law Society to get some advice. What do I do here? And I was basically told, just get out. Like, thanks for reporting, now get out, because every lawyer associated there is held responsible for those kinds of things. So I've always been very keen about law. I'm always very, very straight and narrow. One of the strongest things said about me probably is that she can't be bought, and that's true. The last offer made to me through a senior Department of Justice lawyer was $100 million to just go away, shut up, get yourself an island somewhere and enjoy life. Now that was about, 25 years ago now. And as he kept upping the offer, I just got fed up, right? Because I found this so insulting. I just pushed my hand, stop. Well, the poor dude went flying back. We're up in a tower, went flying back almost out the window, and he's flat on his back. And I'm just like, what? Right? Scared the heck out of him. He was totally spooked after that. And then we had a good conversation. I explained what I was doing and why, protecting people, doing what I was taught to do as a Department of Justice Crown lawyer, fiduciary obligations, protecting the band, protecting the people, band members as a whole, not acting just for chief and council. The fiduciary duty is owed to the band as a whole. And I knew how to represent the band and how to do that protection. And did so well. I mean, it's hard for me to talk about myself, but I had people coming from Ottawa all the time. I was based in Vancouver, picking my brain how to think about things. I was considered expert in water, for instance, and actually prevented the opening up of the waters to American business interests. It's through NAFTA. It's a long stories, but there's a lot of things that I've been involved in behind the scenes, if you will, that at the time I didn't necessarily appreciate the magnitude of what could have been, but then after was shown how important it was that I did that piece at that time. So after going into private practice for myself, what I saw in Department of Justice was a lot of lawyers purporting to act for bands. They were just making tons of money. I mean, and I couldn't say anything because that was an adversary. When you're in a specific claim, I used to be specific claims lawyer. I would render the opinions. I would be at the negotiations, support the negotiators. I was also seconded as a negotiator, so I know this stuff very well. That kind of thing does not involve a fiduciary responsibility. It's adversarial. So lawyer for the band, and at that point, I'm tied. I can't act on both sides, if you will. And I would see these and I would be so upset. And I'm thinking, oh, these lawyers just don't know enough. They don't know anything. They don't know who their clients are. But one in particular kind of hit me. This is it. I need to leave here now. I was there about 5 years. And it was up north in BC. And the outcome of this was not just about money. It wasn't even just about land. It was about generations of children literally deathly ill from what had been done. It broke my heart going through all of what was done. My opinion was absolutely thorough. It's like nothing goes forward without the Department of Justice opinion in terms of saying, here's what you did wrong, Canada. Here's what you need to fix, that type of thing. After I wrote this opinion, and it really was the longest one that had ever been written, and I also did the last acceptance opinion for a land claim settlement application for, and so I've got all that experience. I know firsthand what this stuff's all about. So this particular one, after I did it, people came to me and said, we don't like this opinion. And I said, I don't like what you did. This is my opinion. They wanted me, and pressure, you wouldn't believe the kind of pressure. They wanted me to change my opinion. Now, a lawyer has an obligation to look at the facts and render their opinion based on everything they know to the best of their abilities. That's what I did. And I refused. I mean, we're talking senior people from Indian Affairs coming in. You must change this. We can't have this on the record, right? It's what you did. This is what it is. And no, I'm not changing it. I said, get another lawyer if you want, but I'm not breaching my oath as a lawyer. This is what it is. They weren't able to find another lawyer because I have quite a reputation, of knowing my stuff, right? But here's the sad thing. Based on all of that, the kind of compensation that band should have received should have supported everyone for generations, because this was also being transferred. This isn't just trauma, not to minimize trauma, but this was like physical cancer stuff, affecting bodies and next generations, right? And there was the lawyer, Jack Woodward, and he's bragging about what a great job he's done. And he got the basic, that was already going to happen without filing a claim, without litigation. They would have already got that, right? Send a letter, here you go. He's holding this out to people as the best thing. Look at me, look what I did for them. And I'm, running to the bathroom just crying, right? Because I'm bound. I cannot say anything. But to give an idea of magnitude, it's like $3 million versus $300 million. Like this is in those times, right? Now it would be even more, right? So at that point, I thought, no, I really got to do something about this. I've got to prepare some lawyers so they can protect the people. At this point, I'm still thinking most lawyers are like me, right? This is a profession. It's not a business. There's a difference. You're supposed to be a pillar of upholding what's good and right and making sure that society continues in a healthy way. Most lawyers today are just about the dollars. And what was interesting is when I left and I took a position to be in-house legal counsel, first one in Canada, in Okanagan and for a band. And everyone was slapping me on the back at Department of Justice saying, oh, you're smart. This is the only field that's growing in law and you're going to make so much money. And I'm like, boy, you you really don't know me, right? Of course, I wouldn't share my sort of thoughts. So that's how things started out for me, right? And then so I end up here, moving here, and I lived in Peachland, a little place. Unbeknownst to me, and I wish I had known, later on, much later on, I said, how come any of you guys live in Peachland? Right? None of you are around. Janice, that's where our dead were placed. It's like, okay, that explains a lot of the other stuff that goes on. Because I'd heard stories about homes being built and all the windows crashing and, contractors saying I'm never going back there. Things like that, right? Disturbance of the area. So I was, okay, I guess I wish I would have known that. But as I was getting involved in a lot of stuff, I found out later that pipe carriers had actually moved in behind my home so that they could protect me in the work that I was doing. And so that was really nice to know. And then when I left that area, they of course moved on too. So I really, appreciated that. So the one of the first things that I was asked was Tom Lindley, passed away not long ago, came into the band office and come into my office. I had a home-based office and I also had an office at the band. And he's very firm, never seen the guy before. Who do you act for? Who do you work for? Obvious question to me, right? Well, the band members. Not the chief and council. Well, my responsibilities, I'm retained to act for the band members. Okay, he left. A lot of different things like that started to happen. One time, a couple of people were in my office, and they're looking out the window, and they get a really weird look on their face. And I'm like, something wrong, right? We've never seen that before. Look out the window. I'm like, yeah. And they look at me, and I said, yeah, I've seen that a bit. Now, remember, I'm a city girl. I'm born and raised in Vancouver. I don't know much about animals, right, other than the kind you buy for pets. So out there were about 7 or 8 different animals. They're kind of all lined up from small to tall. The deer, and there was something else beside the deer, but all different animals. And I looked and they said, oh, they don't normally do that. I said, well, they've been coming a lot, right? And so people would come in, they would see this. After that, I started getting asked to go to different meetings. And I would go into those meetings and elders would be like, oh, over here, come sit with us. And we would chat and they would kind of look and then, I'm listening and it was fascinating for me. I was learning so much. And then I started having personal experiences and other kinds of lessons, if you will. Like, for instance, when I was getting into the deep of things and said, I don't understand why, this is me talking to myself in my head, I don't understand why these people aren't getting upset about this. As I was starting to reveal things about, federal agendas and what's really in play. Why is not everyone up in an uproar here? I couldn't understand it. And then I was made to understand. I was brought down to my last half cup of dried peas. And that's all I had in the house. I have a son, young son, he's about 4, and need to feed him. I didn't care about me. What am I going to feed him? And then it hit me. I'm not thinking about constitutional issues. I'm not thinking about fiduciary law, this and this and that. The only thing I'm thinking about is what am I going to feed my child tomorrow? I've got nothing but this. I can feed him this today, but nothing tomorrow. And I realized that's why, that's what it's about. And immediately upon learning that lesson, there's a big knock on my door, a little home there on the side. And out there are 20 hunters, the real hunters, if you know what I mean. And they're all lined up with gifts of the meat that they had hunted in the right way. My freezer is completely full. I have one of those standalone chest freezer, completely full. You couldn't have put one more package in. And these guys are from all different parts. You know, they're not just Okanagan, they're not just Schweppen, they're from all sorts of parts. They all arrived at the same time. This wasn't any planned event. This was, and then it reassured me, okay, don't worry, do your work, do your commitment. You know, you'll be provided for. And there were times where elders would insist that I never eat any other kind of meat or protein, only what was being given to me. And I can still remember how incredible my brain felt, you know, how much I could do, how much productive I was. It was incredible, and got me through doing what I needed to do. So after a while of these meetings and this sort of stuff, there was one time I was called to go to a meeting. I thought, okay, great, another one. I get to sit and listen against the wall. And what new things will I learn? I'm excited, looking forward to it. But it's kind of cryptic. I'm not given where. It's just, oh, go to Spence's Bridge. Never been to Spence's Bridge at that time. And just go there. Well, where, right? Don't worry, we'll find you. Okay, I go there and I thought, what do I do? I'll just sort of drive around town, right? What else can I do? And sure enough, and I see a native guy and he's kind of waves and then he's like this. So I just, okay, I'll follow him. Sure enough, takes me to this big hall, or if you will, brings me in and I'm kind of curious. And gee, this is kind of clandestine. You know, none of the others were like that. Brings me in and they're like very quick, you know, opening the door. Like everyone's acting like, you know, they're Mission Impossible spies or something, right? So we go in and I'm looking around when I right away see a chair on the edge of the wall. So I go and grab that chair against the wall, farthest away from it. Big circle, you know, of chairs and people sitting around and lots of other people sort of assisting and helping the helpers of the elders that are there. So I'm sitting there and then very soon, and I'm, you know, oh, great, this is going to be so cool. Never seen these people before. Very soon, a couple people come up. No, you're not supposed to sit there. You come, right? And they bring me up to like this kind of position right here. And everyone else is down the side. And I've got the whole sort of front here by myself. Well, when that happens, a big uproar. All the young people who are there are freaking out. What is she doing there? You know, she's a white person. Why is there a white person here? What is she doing here? Get her away. And I'm like, I'm up already. I'm like, yeah, I have no business being at this table, right? I was just, you know, I was nice by the wall, right? You know, and why I'm embarrassed. I'm causing all this trouble, right? And then there's this one, and she's on the left. And whoa, I had never heard an elder speak quite like that before. She was very firm, very loud, very angry. Put all those young people in their place and said, this is our invited guest, you know, got into that's not, you know, she's supposed to be here. And they brought me back and I'm still not knowing what's going on, right? So she then starts to speak to me and explains who is there. I'm not introduced to everyone individually, but she's explaining to me that you haven't seen all of us before because we're the elders. We're the medicine people. We're the ones that don't come out. We're kept hidden and protected that way so that nothing happens to us. And you have been to many of our meetings, and then, word gets kind of back, they shared, right? And we've told you what we know. Now you need to tell us what you know. You need to tell us what we need to know. And so then that whole meeting was about me speaking the rest of the afternoon. After that, I became called white medicine woman because I was invited into that circle. So it's with that in mind, the oath of office for your chief and council. I was looking at it because you just had a, recent election, right? And the oath of office is, be fully informed, try to foresee consequences of courses of action, and avoid taking unreasonable risks. And that's what I see my being called here, and this timely, in that I'm going to share with you a bunch of things. I'm going to tell you what you need to know, what I know, and what you need to know, in the same vein that I was asked then. Now, keep in mind, I was just telling Chief Wilson that usually I have a page or two at most of sort of notes, the areas I want to cover. I got 10 pages here for you. So this is a lot, and it's going to be a little heavy. And I want you to understand that when I'm quoting something, because I'm never about politics, okay? I'm always about the nations, protect the nations. My commitments made in longhouses and other ceremonial areas has always been about protecting the nations. I'm not about the local politics. Now, I'm going to quote some things, but it's not because I'm pointing the finger at someone, but it's to illustrate the differences. You're being told you're on a certain path. I'm going to describe to you how you've been taken off the path and you're being put and moving down another path. Keeping in mind, not my decision in terms of what path you take. But, one of my names, I've got a few names given at different times, right? North Wind Woman, mostly people in the South, right? But, the most of in BC sheds the light. And before I forget, I do have a YouTube channel called Switlo Sheds the Light, where I have over 200 episodes. They vary from 5 minutes to 2 hours, covering a lot of different topics. So you can look for that. But one of the important areas is you'll see some gifts, right? Great grizzly bear mother. Now, a great grizzly bear mother cannot be asked nor be expected to help you on this other path. That's not what I do. I'm not the person for that. I'm clear on that nationhood, sovereignty, economic nationhood, protecting and making sure that this is not the time where people will say between 2005 and 2025 was when you were definitely gone. It's that imminent. 30 years ago, when I started doing this work, lots of time, right? And I say I'm not about politics. It's not important right now who did what when. You need each other. You need everyone. It's about deciding which path are you going to take. Are you going to, there's one laid out by your ancestors. Are you going to stand, and like again, I pass no judgment, not my place, right? Are you going to stay on that path? Or are you going to do this other new thing that everybody is putting words in your mouth, making decisions for you, doing this to you? I do not see you doing it, but there are people of you that purport to speak for you and are saying things that if you are on that same path, you're not going to like it much. And so when I'm going through this, and I'm going to cover so much stuff here, forgive me if I tend to get emotional. Some of this stuff's very hard because, I love the people in the area here so much. And alternatively, I could get loud, and I don't mean that to be offensive. It's just, is passion involved here. And I know this stuff so well. And I need to be clear. I can't be worried about sensitivities. I can't be worried about individuals' feelings. I'll try to be courteous and respectful. But again, for me, it's not internal politics, it's nationhood. You're all nationals of a nation. You're not just band members, you're nationals of a nation. I should mention that, and why I say that is because one time I was at a meeting in Penticton, and the lawyer, and I was observing elders, hey, come on over, Janice, sit, right? And the lawyer started speaking, and she started saying things that, oh my goodness, my heart just, but no intention to speak, not my place. I'm not invited as a speaker. I'm just been asked to come hang out. The next thing I know, it's like a big hand has pulled me to my feet. It's not easy for me to get up on my feet, let me tell you, even back then. I'm pulled to my feet and I'm hearing a voice that I've never heard before. It's like deep, it's loud, it's like thunderous. It's like, and my mind is going, what are you doing? What's going on? I'm not even hearing really what's being said. It was like I was a megaphone just being picked up and used. And the correcting the lawyer, because the lawyer is basically saying you're not a nation, you're just under Canada, things like that, right? Only with technical legal stuff that no one really appreciated necessarily what those words she was saying means, but I sure did. As I paused, then literally the earth shook. It was an earthquake, and didn't know how to, at that time, because I was still pretty young in this stuff, I didn't know how to take that. I thought I must have been offensive. I was not out of my mind standing up and speaking at not even, not my turn or place. So I left. After that was like a lot more elders and people came to me. But the point is that by being connected, and you look at me, I don't look like you, right? If I can be brought into the power of who you are, your laws, your governance, all that stuff, if I can be made to understand, and I'm not, physically connected, I don't have the blood, right? Just imagine how it is for yourselves and others, to be clear that you've made your decision and this is the way you want to go, the kind of help that comes with that. So I'm going to be covering off, like I said, this isn't about finger pointing, it's not about politics. This is about your survival, being able to be here and still do what you may want to do. There's no time for anything else right now, quite frankly, other than making sure and clear your message about who you are, what you have, what you own. Own is governed by your laws, not Western legal systems. And here's some of the things I'll be covering, right? Addressing how to protect and to prevent inferences of your capitulation when you're engaging with Canadian and BC government policies and programs, including damage control and protection, explaining mitigation of damages, casting off interferences with your governance, reviewing what is already done, what's in process, what you want to do, or you may want to do. So remember, when you're protecting, it's not you stop dead and don't do anything. It's what you you guys are all here because you're masters of adaptation. You've been here thousands of years. You didn't die off. Why? Because you adapted to whatever the circumstances, whether it was military, whether it was political, whether it was environmental, you made it through. Your governance, if you hadn't been interfered with, with Europeans coming over, your governance today would not look the same as it did 2,000 years ago because the circumstances are different. That's a living nation. That's a living governance. So you're masters at adaptation. And part of where you're at today is this need to say, okay, my people have needs. Those needs are artificially and, put in place by agendas, by BC government, Canadian government, by international companies. So do we just give up? Do we just let them take everything? No. And you still need to bring in money for certain things. There are ways to do that by not, in order to get what you're entitled to, doesn't mean you have to give up and give away and hand over and capitulate. You don't need to pay a price like that. Also, there's some serious federal and BC legislation just happening. What I haven't done, because of course I don't have access to, is reviewing a key part to protection would be reviewing BCRs that have been done that support certain initiatives, et cetera. This all comes down to the words used. That's what it is. And I'll get more into that in a minute. Looking at your specific claims settled, lawsuits. This is key, economic and business structures and restructuring so that you're using your sovereignty instead of giving it up. It's a big difference. So part of that is a discussion about LLPs, which are limited liability partnerships, and versus incorporation. What happens? What's the difference between that? I'll talk about something called, and of course, part of all that, if you look at the restructuring, is looking at, what are the changes in directors? I mean, a lot of these things are set up now that you don't need chief and council to run an election anymore. They've done basically it, and I'm not speaking specific here. I'm talking generally now. This is the plan across the area, is that you don't need to be elected to chief and council anymore because you've done a conversion of the collective assets into the hands of a few private individuals who used to, at the time it was done, be the chief or be the chief and a councillor, usually not the whole council. So one or two people end up holding all the assets. They're actually banned assets. And there's no access there. And guess what? When you're managing corporate company assets, the standard of care is something only called the standard of management care. It's a very low standard. It's nowhere near the fiduciary duty, which chief and council carry managing banned assets. Big difference. So for instance, you have a company, they can charge whatever they want for wages. They can go on whatever business trips they want. There's lots of ways to spend money that you cannot then challenge in court. And the way these things are structured, and I get so angry with lawyers, it's because they structure it because they don't know any other way to do it. No one's teaching them. They structure it as if these are the private assets of those one or two people. Now, why has this become possible? When I left Department of Justice and went in-house, acting for the band, an issue came up whereby the chief and council or chief were endangering the band as a whole. I won't get into the details. So in order to deal with that, I dealt with it just like we used to deal with issues that came in from bands when I was Department of Justice. A petition would come in. Some of you might remember that. A petition would come in. This is happening. We need this to be addressed. So because the chief and council were the problem here, conflicts of interest, profitability, all this stuff, I went and did that route, which is a natural route. I'd seen it done for 100 years, right? And how to do it. So I proceeded to get a petition from the band members so that I could legitimately say, I am acting with their consent. They want me to help them as a band. This was so novel. No other lawyer had done this, but no other lawyer had come from where I'd come, you see. I was the odd one. In fact, when I quit Department of Justice, you wouldn't believe the job offers I got. Oh, thank you for applying for this job. What job? Oh, it pays 300 grand. Here, it's yours. I never applied for any of those jobs. I said, I'm going to go act, right? Not wanting me to take my knowledge and actually apply it legitimately to benefit the people. They saw that risk because they also knew my ethics, very strong ethics, right? So anyhow, the that particular lawsuit, actually by petition, everyone was upset. Well, goodness, if she's going to do that, other lawyers might do that. And we're going to be really screwed because one of the way to control you guys has been to control the lawyers. Recall, they prevented lawyers from passing on their knowledge about how to be your lawyers by prohibiting you from having lawyers. Because if you understand, the stuff's not, especially back then, this stuff's passed on from senior lawyer to articled student to junior lawyer, and you learn. If there's no money to be made, if it's illegal to have bands as clients, obviously there's no point in passing that knowledge on. So those guys died. How to do things died with them. Except guess where I am with the top security clearance. And I'm so keen, I can't do anything the way anything's been done before. In fact, they moved me over. I used to be Revenue Canada Customs Tax and Excise. They moved me over because they wanted me to do things differently. So I didn't know anything about this stuff. 9 years of university, I had no exposure whatsoever. I never even heard of you guys, right? So I really have to, hone up and know what's going on. Access to everything. And I'm keen and I love law and I love the files. And so me going through all this stuff and then, oh my God, right? When it all starts to hit, because keep in mind, I'm seeing the internal stuff, what's written about, what's laughed about, hey, we really got them, this kind of stuff that I can never disclose because solicitor-client privilege, right? But you can't take it out of the head, right? So this stuff and you see it happening and you say, okay, I'm not going to be there. I'm not going to do it that way. But important thing with all this is, and I've lost some of the points I intended there, but a really important part of this stage, if you're intent to protect and do some damage control, is your archives and your record keeping. This needs to survive so that 100 years from now, when someone tries to pull something on you, your next generations can hold up a paper. I said, no, yeah, that's what Canada said. And that's what BC wrote in an agreement. And that's what these people said. But you know what? They didn't speak for us. They're a BC society. And some of this will make sense in a minute. They're not of us. They weren't using our laws. We didn't give authority for that. Who cares what it says? Here's what was going down when this was happening. Yes, we had to take that money. We needed something. It's called duty to mitigate. What that means is if when someone's done you wrong and they owe you money, you can't just sit back and not try to help yourself. You need to mitigate damages. You need to do something to try to get something out of the situation. So that might mean signing into an agreement that has all this stuff that says who you are, but you're not, and you don't agree to that. But if that's the only thing that can be held up in 20 years or 100 years, it will speak for you, and that will describe who you are, not who you actually are. So you and your next generations need to be able to hold up their paperwork, their actual, this is authorized, real stuff. This is why we signed that agreement. We were mitigating damages. This is who we are. We've never given this up. We've never given you our land. You don't have any rights to our water. None of that stuff. And what are you going to do? If a court only has the Canadian piece of paper or the BC piece of paper, decision done. If, however, your people at that time, the nationals of the nation alive at that time can hold up, here's our records, here's our archives, here's what really went down. You didn't get us. You've tried for 100 years to get us with your strategies. It didn't work. Just because you thought you got a signature from a chair of a BC society, you think that did us in as a nation? No way. And I mean, it's laughable. In that time period, it will be laughable what they're trying to do here today. But like I said, if they succeed and your voice is gone, if they put the words in your mouth and those are the only words that survive, then I don't know what you people will have a very, very hard time of it. So that's a part. So before I get into, a lot of those kind of specifics, I want to tell you about one other experience. Very early on when I arrived, my secretary said, "Hey, we're going camping. Why don't you and your son come overnight and, stay with us?" I'm not much of a camper, right? And I said, "I've never camped," kind of thing. And, "Oh, don't worry. We'll, just come by and we'll put you in the truck bed and no problem." Okay. I'm not really paying much attention where I am. And again, I'm fairly new to the area. And so I'm driving and eventually I finally find them. And it's not a camp. I'm looking for a campsite, like a signage camp. No, it's just in the bush. But I found the car and, got it. And they were waving on a road, little tiny road, right? And so we go in there and I don't really know where I am, but there's a river there. And my son's about 4.5 at this age. And it's just him and me. And I keep in mind, I've come from the city. You don't let your eyes off a child. My child almost got abducted in front of me, just around the corner in a drugstore, right? So I'm like always on where he is, or a nanny, right? And nannies in those days. And so he says, "Mom, I'd like to go down to the river." Now I can't even see. I hear it, and but I'm not right by the edge. I'm not there where I can see what he's doing. I said, "Okay, sure." Very unusual behavior for me. So you go, and he's quite a while until finally they cook some food and, so like dinner. So I call him up and he comes because he used to always like, throwing rocks and that because we lived in Peachland, things like that. So he comes up and I've never seen my child look like this. It was like there was a sun around him. He was just glowing. It was almost ethereal, like almost sort of like semi see-through almost. It was the strangest thing. And I thought, okay, well, I guess that's really relaxing for him. And he came back and we were later, I said, like, "What happened down there?" Just him and me in bed now. He said, "Oh," he said, "I had visitors." And he said, it's just certain animals that came to him. And he said, "They taught me words." One of the words was Okanagan for grandmother. And at the time, I'm thinking he's just, imagination. He's a very highly creative type, right? And so he's going on. And later on, I found out that these are actual words, that I found out their meaning and things, and what he was told, which, is private for him. And then it's time to go home in the morning. Now, I was so intent on, looking to the left that I hadn't really noticed what was on my right as I was driving to this where they were camping. And I come out, and the first thing I see is an old arbor. I'm like, "Oh my goodness, we're on reserve here," and I'm like, "Oh, like, my goodness, right? You just don't do that." And as we're passing that, my son points up and he says, "That's where he took me." And I'm like, "Took you?" And he said, "Yeah, the eagle, the big eagle. He took me from the river there and he flew me up to that mountain, that big mountain there. And he told me all of where the land is, all of this that you can see. This is all our land. This is all our nation." But he also, and then he went into so much detail. Like his voice isn't even sounding like a child at this point, right? It's like I'm being taught about your land. And this is like, upper Similkameen area. So this was down that way. And then he said, "Well, and he was going to take me to the next part so I could see the rest of it, right? Because you can only see about, third half. You know better than me." And he says, "But, I said I had to go because you guys had called me." So I said, "No, I had to go back." He says, "Well, okay, well, just remember, this isn't it. It goes way far, right?" And even told me some like miles, right? So at this point, I realized, oh my goodness, this is something much more than just an imaginative young child. And why am I telling you about this? Because, and I should say after that, he was invited to winter dances. Again, another situation. One person I knew, but not very long. They arrived, no notice or anything. Just we'd like to take him with us. We're having the winter dances, and we want him, but you can't come. So, and then I'm like thinking, am I insane? Bring him back the next morning. He's got that look again, totally, but even more so. He's just it's like he's walking off the ground. It's the weirdest thing. And they told me, and they're bug-eyed because they're saying, you know what? Not only did he stay up all night and do the dances, he knew the dances. He knew how to do them. He knew them. Our own children couldn't. They couldn't stay up, but he was full in it. And so there's some kind of connection that not only me, but my blood made in your lands. And so it's important that when I'm going through some of these stuff, that you understand that I haven't just read that you're a nation. I've been shown. My son actually was shown and taught me the extent of your boundaries, your area, your land. So this whole area where we were, and of course up here, but this mountain in particular, right? Long use, ceremonial use, and that was an old arbor, right? That very old. Spiritual purchases, etc. Well, guess what? There is now an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding, on the southern Okanagan, the southern part of your land, for a national park. Now, people are made to think, oh, it's protection. We'll do a park. That's not what that strategy is about. And this is a strategy, by the way, not just Canada came up with. This goes back, before they even came here. All of those areas that Mount, I might not pronounce it, Kobo, K-O-B-A-U. That's, this whole area where you can see where my son was shown, that's now going to be under the control of Canada. One of your most sacred places will be under the control of Canada. Now, why do they want parks? And keep in mind, this is already a provincial protected area. It's going to become a national park. And it goes all the way down to the border, the medicine line. And why is that? Okay, now I talk about ownership, your laws, nationhood. Canada talks about Section 35 doctrine, Aboriginal rights, Aboriginal right of Aboriginal title. These are not the same things, and I'll explain that in a minute. One of the components of the Section 35 doctrine, which just the first steps got put in place in 1990. One of the key components, there's something called Aboriginal right of Aboriginal title. Now, when I'm talking to elders, they talk about Aboriginal title. But guess what? There's new definitions. It's been redefined by Canadian courts. So that what your the elders now, ancestors for the most part, I'm sure, what they used to say, saying the same thing that they said, now means something entirely different. And this Aboriginal right of Aboriginal title is a domestic concept granted by Canadian courts. This is not creator given land, you. In order to prove this highest level of consultation, you just have to talk to you before they take it. The highest level they have to meet is the Aboriginal right of Aboriginal title. In order to prove that under this doctrine, you need to show continuous exclusive use. Guess what? When it's a park, everybody uses it. So now what they're able to do is remove that higher level of consultation, and they just have to deal with the basics. It's a whole lot easier, even within their doctrine. Their doctrine has a few higher steps. They don't have to worry about that now because it's a park. That by definition means you no longer have exclusive use. It's no longer your lands. And guess what? You want this, all the documents, all the paper trail. Yeah, here you go. Here's our land. You basically just have handed over your land. And I hate to break it to you, but that's not protecting your land. It's the opposite. Because once it's a park under Canada Parks jurisdiction, they can do whatever the heck they want. Yeah, it was a park. And how many examples I could show you? We're going to allow mining in this part. We're going to allow this. We're going to allow that. And now a little bit of consultation and accommodation, which means, oh, we might give you a little bit of money, but that's not your land. And guess what? With the critical mineral push and mining takes away the land. This isn't just use of land. The land is removed. And what's done to what's left is devastating. So you're removing the land, you're polluting the water, the animals, how are you going to live? And I'll get into the Columbia River Treaty situation later on. It's important to know there is absolutely treaty. There are nations across Canada allowing for the king to use water. And when I pointed this out to the Queen, she was alive at the time, to say, look, Canada's talking this stuff, do want to do this. I need to remind you that your governments in the Dominion of Canada, that's its legal name still, Dominion of Canada, they can't take any more than we have. Rights to water, no permissions. Within 3 weeks, Charles, as he was at the time, came to Canada for a private meeting with Governor General and then Prime Minister Trudeau, Justin Trudeau, to meet. Because guess what? I sure know how to trigger Crown duties. I know how to lay it on the line to say, you're still here. This is what you have. These are your limits. Crown, you only have what's permitted under treaty. Now, I'm going to talk about treaty in a minute because areas here have been really misled as to what the treaties are, as in other areas too. So the ability to get a reaction, people say, oh, well, the Crown's just, just symbolic and stuff. No, it's the head of state. Some will mistakenly say, and unfortunately Russ is one of those, he'll say that Canada's a successor state. No, Canada has the same head of state. There's been no change to that. The only thing that happens is when one dies, it gets inherited by the next. So now we have King Charles III. We don't have a new country. We don't have a new Dominion of Canada. The only way to get that would be to have a rebellion, have a revolution, kick out the monarchy. But they can't do that. Why? Because it's your land, and it's only with your permissions that the Crown could be present, from coast to coast to coast. Decided not to go to war with you, did not conquer you, recognized, and this is what's so important about treaties, real treaties, not claims agreements that are named modern treaties. They're not treaties, those are domestic agreements. The real treaties, guess what they did? They nations, not Indian lands. They didn't exist at that time in terms of Indian land. They recognized the nations. They recognized the sovereignty. They recognized your economic sovereignty and your ownership. It's really trade in law. The land is where it is. That's just basic stuff. If you wanted to change that, you would have to conquer to change the law of the land. That was not done. And it was because that the Crown decided, no, we want to build upon our economic relationship. We're going to go to war, do business with these guys. And we want to bring some people in. A lot of times people think that, like in Northwest Territories, the Rupert's Land, they call it. They think that was a grant of land. It's not. It's a grant of commercial lawyer background, right? It's a grant of a monopoly to do trade in that area. It didn't change ownership of the land. So now you even have people sort of arguing about and misconstruing that and bringing forth litigation. The things that lawyers write in their pleadings are what you start the lawsuit with. They are called statements of fact. So you're holding out, these are the facts. A judge doesn't have to go looking for the judge's own facts, where they can find them. If there are no other facts to look at, what's being presented is held to be true. So we have, for example, back east annuities litigation, a Robinson Huron Treaty, and I've worked with helped these people protect against this. You have lawyers who have written this, and I'm not kidding. No longer a nation, no Anishinaabe, no longer an Anishinaabe nation. The only thing left are Indian Act bands. And the chiefs of those bands decide everything for the people. Nothing else. So now we have 6 people. And guess how they came to be? Using their laws, trying to come together. How do we deal with this? They couldn't make it happen. Because under their ways, under their laws, certain things couldn't be done or said. So the lawyer said, oh, wait a minute. I got an idea. We'll just get you to appoint 6 people to instruct us. So we're not going to get instructed from the people as a whole, the nation as a whole. We'll just get instructed from these 6 people, and we'll call them the management committee. And the people themselves, no idea these statements are being made. One decision, for example, 111, because it's gone to the Supreme Court of Canada. One decision is 380 pages of heavy plowing legal stuff that, of course, I go through because that's the way I am. I don't just take what people say. I have to see it for myself. That's the way I am. None of that stuff explained. And now they're, in a desperate situation because technically on the public record, they're dead by their own statements, so to speak, except no authorities, wasn't done right. You can't just, it's like a coup. You can't just take over the nation. And unfortunately, you guys are in this situation. This is coming already in place. And I'll get to explaining that in a minute. So it's very, very easy for Canada to throw money at stuff, for lawyers to say, and keep in mind, the lawyers made $553 million to say that. Those were the legal fees. Huge stuff. The work they did, even the trial judge trying to approve the submission on costs, because the court will give you costs for some of your stuff. Said, no, I'm not approved. They submitted $9 million that they actually were paid on top of the contingency fee of $553 million. The judge wouldn't even approve it. He said that was way too much. It was padded, etc. So what could they have possibly done to earn $553 million? Well, they terminated a nation. That's the kind of money I'm telling you I could make and could have. But I'm not going to kill a nation. I'm not going to do that work. Lots are prepared to. Whether they're these particular lawyers, I don't believe they're ignorant. I believe this is conscious, right? But you can't, it's the point is you don't waste time trying to figure out their motivation. It doesn't matter. It's what's on the paper, what's on the public record, what's being done. So you have this MOU saying, okay, all this sacred area is going to become a park. And guess what's happening in Kelowna? June 22 to 24. Great big critical minerals conference. Now, for the most part, you don't have to worry too much about, and I haven't delved into all the geological profile of this area. Your big thing is water, because they also need the water to do some of this stuff, right? So bottom line, everything is still being done with the same agenda, and it hasn't changed. Termination of nationhood, sovereignty, especially your economic sovereignty, expansion of chiefs' authority, not chief and council, chiefs' authority. And first, it was indoctrinate the lawyers. So like once lawyers are permitted, now let's make sure they're lawyers that will do it the way we want to. When I went into court one time in Cranbrook to protect, to defend Hunters for the Longhouse, I went in there and said, oh, you're going to do Section 35, right? No, I'm not doing Section 35. No way. The judge, and this is what's so funny, right? is the next day, you're like, what are you doing? I'm like, I don't have to present my case in defense before you've presented what your charges are. I can just say you move for dismissal. You haven't proven your case. Why would I breach my oath to my client, protecting my client, to tell you what I intend to defend my client when I don't even know what you're bringing forward against my clients, right? Ridiculous stuff. One judge walked out shaking his head. You're going to personally pay for this, Miss Swillo. Because why? I'm not going along with the game. I'm not doing as I'm supposed to do. I'm that Indian lover, right? That's how I was, referred to on that side of things, right? So yeah, this time I'm in there and we're on a break for lunch in this small courthouse in Cranbrook. And before we break, the judge is saying, we're not going over this morning. And he's all primping, he's all proud. This is, a little backroads area, right? Because I'm going for a lunch. Well, that's nice. We'll have a lunch break. He says, the BC Court of Appeal justices have flown in to take me to lunch. And I can barely contain myself because they want to make sure he knows how to handle me, right? Because they can't be there directly. So as it breaks, I go into the library because I'm going to kick around, do stuff. I wasn't really hungry. And I'm looking through something, and sure enough, one of these, the highest judges for BC comes in, walks in, right? Oh, hi, Janice. Oh, hello. What are you looking at? Because they're trying to find clues. If I'm not doing section 35, what the heck is she going to do? Okay. So he's trying to find out and he's trying to engage me. And I looked at him, I said, I'm not doing this bogus section 35 doctrine stuff. These are real, and telling them these are nations, these are real. We can't get you to do it. No. Leaves, right? And I ended up, I had brought forward a constitutional challenge, which actually attacked section 35 too, right? A lot of stuff. So it turns out, next thing we know, we get a phone call. You've won, Switlo. It's like, what? So the decision, okay, yeah, your boys are, they're off. You win. And I'm like, my big thing is I'm waiting for the constitutional challenge to be argued and everything, right? That's the meat, right? And I said, what about that? And he says, oh, well, what about it? And I said, well, normally that's decided first before you get into the meat of the trial, right? And he said, no, we're not going to decide that. We're not going to deal with that. I said, what are you talking about? It was unheard of. And I said, well, you have to. He says, no, we don't. What are you going to do about it? And then I look into it and I realize if there's no decision, you can't appeal a decision. I can't bring it forward. All I can do is bring a complaint against the judge for not having dealt with the matter. What's that going to do? The judges decide the fate of themselves. So they were right. They were clever, right? Just give her the win, goes away. And I don't ever get to break down this fraudulent doctrine. A couple more times did that, right? So it became, oh yeah, get Swillo, she'll get you off. But the point is, I'm trying to protect nations, not just be a defense lawyer. So then I realized I'm not going to get anywhere very fast. What's the point of being a lawyer here if I can't achieve anything? It's just making though, because this is right. This is even one point. The entire courthouses for this jurisdiction, right? Like all the way down to Penticton. They closed all the courthouses so that my application could not be heard. This was the lawsuit that dealt with representing the band against the chief and a couple of counselors. My application, clever lawyering, you have no defense to this. I want immediate decision, immediate judgment. There really was no defense. There was no law. I mean, like I said, I'm pretty good at this stuff. If my application's heard, they would have to give me the win. If they didn't give me the win, they would have to give me the win there. So it's just inevitable. So I go to the courthouse to file some document, and the registry, she says, oh, hang on, you're Janice, right? Hang on, I'm supposed to call someone. And I'm like, now what? She calls the judge. Yeah, she's here. And I hear this. Is she there? Yeah, she's here. Hold the phone. And this is really loud, you know, but we're like this distance. And she's, hold the phone out. Okay. And I'm like, and so the judge is telling the registrar, the courts are going to be closed. And my application was like in 2 days. And she's like, what do you mean closed? I haven't heard about that, blah, blah, blah. And she's a, you know, head registrar. They're going to be closed. And I'm really for Ms. Switlo. You know, this hasn't been done before. And, you know, basically was worried about my safety, my health. And, you know, I've had a lot of those kinds of threats. I've had my family members threat. I even had like a relation through marriage who was killed on the Kamloops Indian Band Reserve. I didn't even know I had as a relation, you know, and all sorts of different things. But through all that, carrying on. Why? Because I made those commitments. I knew how important this stuff was. So here's one of the, as I talked, they control the lawyers, get things done, get it through on the court. Now, of course, there's been a lot of discussion. I've shared a lot. I've spent many years reading many things, spoken many times. The dangers of Section 35 litigation. So now the big thing is, and I talk a lot about economic sovereignty, things like, this isn't a matter of telling you when you have to move aside and giving you some money. This is about you own the stuff. In any business environment, you have a joint venture, for instance, someone contributes the land and resources, another one contributes the capital, the money, and together you make something happen. You know, it's not a matter of one saying to the other, oh, we'll just give you this and we can do this. Permissions, you need the agreement, you need, you know, general regular business dealings. So now everyone's like, oh yeah, economic sovereignty. Okay. Well, what's happening now? Just as they indoctrinated the lawyers to have you do like Section 35 stuff and all this stuff, they now have the business, because remember, lawyers can't be business people. Lawyers cannot advise on business matters. Remember, I've got a Bachelor of Commerce degree. I'm a management consultant. The first thing I did before law was business deals. Lawyers can't do that. So positioning the business advisors to tell you how to do this stuff. And the how to do this stuff, they'll call it, instead of consultation under Section 35, I mean, meaningful engagement. It's the same thing. They're now putting Section 35 doctrine limitations and concepts on what you actually own into these business agreements so that they can get their certainty that way. And you guys have been made part of this. There's an organization called the First Nations Major Projects Coalition. And they say, you know, we've got now 170 members. And guess what? Okanagan Indian Band is one of those members. And I'm sure you've heard about Bill C5. I think it might even, they intended to pass it on Friday, but I haven't checked in on that. From Canada, the, you know, speeding up developments, speeding up for critical minerals and things. We just had the throne speech. And I'm pretty sure you weren't asked about this. I'm pretty sure you people didn't vote on this. I'm pretty sure you don't even maybe necessarily know about this, but it was in the news that one of the ministers, Prime Minister Carney, has made a big point mentioning the First Nations Major Projects Coalition as being a key pin to getting these developments going. Because, you know, we got the big bag, you know, boogie in the States, right? This is all just ways to bypass and move things quickly. And so we now have this legislation that's about to be passed, or it has already been passed, C5, and that's called the An Act to Enact the Free Trade and Labor Mobility in Canada Act and the Building Canada Act, short title, One Canadian Economy Act. Now, there's two parts to that overall act, each with a title and a short title. These are the short titles. The part one is Free Trade and Labor Mobility in Canada Act, and I'm not talking about that. I don't really have issues about that in our context. But the part two, the big part, is Building Canada Act is the short title. And, you know, people are speaking out against this. People have been pretty vocal about it. But as was quoted just the other day, because as I said, Prime Minister Carney has really been promoting the First Nations Major Projects Coalition is really going to be a way to help make this happen. Sorry, but this is one of those upsetting times. The other ministers involved, because reporters are saying, look, conflict and backlash, you know, that's happening. I feel that. It's not really backlash. We got the First Nations Major Projects Coalition completely supporting this. So this entity, which is a nonprofit society, I don't know if it's probably a federal nonprofit society, says they speak for you. And they say that you agree with this legislation and you agree with Canada being able to just push you aside. Because that legislation is designed to support. We have a process to determine this is of national interest and economic component of importance to Canada as a whole. When it's determined, they can push you aside. They can this is I'm talking section doctrine now, okay? They can doctrine push you aside. They just have to consult and give you some dollars. State, you're out of there. And you don't make any decisions. You don't call any shots. As it stands on today, that. No, I mean not. I would have a hard time believing that you are. But this is how they do it. This is now completely destroyed because they've taken all your water, for instance. That's what you wanted. You're a part of this. Canada wasn't acting outlaw nation, and I say it does, right? Because of everything it's doing. No, we're all for that. Well, says who? Well, your chief and council. Society. But this group of business people whose sponsors, you look at every major law firm, every accountant, every professional, industry, it's your stuff. But they're get free advice from this coalition. They're going to tell you, here's how to do your deals. Here's how to make them. Just like going into court, here's how to get your title. Do this doctrine, you'll get your title. Do use plan and show where you use and get that Aboriginal title. It doesn't matter if there's a national interest in this legislation, both BC, Bill 14 and 15, and federal C5, they're all designed to say, we have a process on how we determine it's in the national interest or in the provincial interest. And therefore, no one can say we weren't being consistent, because governments have to be consistent in how they do things. And so they have laid down the groundwork that as long as they have this new list of check boxes, yep, is declared. If anyone tries to go to court, they followed the law. There's not a darn thing you can do about it, because guess what? You're not owners. You said you're not owners. You're just occupying. You're the beasts of the field, because Section 35 brings into Canadian domestic law doctrine of discovery. A lot of people don't understand this. For instance, when the Crown decided to go with treaty making, That meant they didn't doctrine of discovery, because you don't do treaties with beasts of the field. That term beasts of the field is embedded in the concept of doctrine of discovery. Nothing here but beasts of the field, subhuman, not fully human, not fully evolved, that kind of thing. That was never part of the law in Canada until Section 35 doctrine inserted it. And of course, when people go in, when people are signing off documents, it's important to understand when you see those terminologies, when you see consultation, when you see meaningful engagement, when you see accommodation, when you see traditional territory, and there's a number of other ones, you're calling your ancestors squirrels, rats, beasts of the field. I don't believe for a moment that anyone could stomach saying that about themselves and leaving that as the legacy for their future generations. No, I don't believe that in the least. I can believe you have opportunists who want to make money and do well for themselves and their families, but even then, I can't see them going that far. It tells me people don't really know what this is all about, what this agenda is. And remember, I used to be invited and sat at what was literally called war tables. Notwithstanding treaties, notwithstanding relationships, war tables, how to get what you still have. So the other problem happened, I spent a lot of time in BC warning about the BC treaty process, and a lot of people paid heed to that and didn't want to continue on with the land claim process. So because BC was not getting what it wanted, I said, well, let's go another way. Let's go through this incremental approach. And BC says this about you. Okanagan Indian Band is one of 5 Okanagan Nation Alliance First Nations negotiating outside of the BC treaty process, building relationships, and addressing concerns associated with land and resource use on asserted traditional territories. This word asserted comes from lawsuits, where because the Canada, the Crown, could not table and don't want to an actual treaty. The courts here in BC determined, and then went up further, determined that, well, we'll pick, 1846 or whatever it is, as a time when the Crown asserted sovereignty. When you say that you're trying to assert, or you're asserting sovereignty, you're also saying you don't have it. You're trying to get it. You have it. With respect, you should be trying not to give it away or lose it. We don't understand that's happening or not. Because once it's gone, it's gone. And what Canada is offering, instead of your God-given, creator-given gifts and place and right to life, something created by a government of a dominion under its laws that it can change at any time. It's really not, we're not talking the same thing at all, not at all. So asserted traditional territories. Now, again, traditional territories, a term coming out of land claims as part of Section 35 doctrine. It's all about trying to say this is your land. Now, I know the Crown must act consistent. Crown went through, did treaties, recognized nations, sovereignty, the whole bit. Accepted being the chief tenant, the head tenant beneath the continuing owners. Law of the land still applying, but certain permissions. A lot of those treaties, by the way, don't even authorize, they don't allow and permit mining at all. It's only for settlers and things like settling and such. So that meant that coming across had to continue that. And I'm going to talk about what happened in this part of the world that got interrupted, if you will, and how these governments know this stuff, at least Canada does. They know this stuff. They don't want you to know this stuff. They don't want you to use it. They don't want you to use your laws. They don't want to use your sovereignty, your standing as nations, as internationally defined. They are busy working on containing you. Containment is a military strategy where you're engulfed and contained and controlled. So this involves things like, oh, let's redefine the word sovereignty. You're sovereign with your internal governance. That's like, well, you're limited to your band council governance, but nothing to do with the land out there. That's your land. No, that's not internal to you. So you can't enter into treaties with other nations in the world because that's not internal. We want you contained. Why is this important? Because the Section 35 doctrine was purely at Trudeau's, just watch me, I've got this Indian problem dealt with. It's a problem not just here, it's everywhere in the world, right? He brought that forward because there's a way to change international law. If you have enough UN member states doing something, almost identical way, similar way, for a long enough time, you create new international law. So the Section 35 doctrine, it's a domestic thing. That's why UNIDRAP is a template. It's a guideline. It's not an international treaty. It's to ensure that all the other UN member states will put a Section 35 equivalent into their domestic constitutions, into their domestic laws, so that we can say over time, yep, this is the new law. These particular Indigenous peoples, they're actually, and this is what is in UNIDRAP, okay? They're actually legal words of the member UN states. Indian Act tried to deal with you and treat you as if you're wards of Canada. That's not legal. That exceeds all jurisdictions. It's an unlawful interference with your governance. There's some aspects of Indian Act that go to treaties in terms of administration. That's not an issue. But for the most part, the worst areas, unlawfully making you to the state, just treating you that way. UNIDRAP, if it's applied in enough places for a long enough period of time, and Canada, has always spearheaded this through Trudeau's, that makes you legal wards of the state. So people like to quote from it. I see in lots of resolutions and all that, all these wonderful words. Yeah, there's some wonderful words in UNIDRAP, but read the operative language. Be good lawyers. This is beyond most people, beyond most lawyers, because they didn't catch it. I am probably the only one in this field that never, ever got involved in that, did not sign a petition to Canada except UNIDRAP. Why did that have to happen? Because I pointed out, hey, you know what? Those people you have and those traveling and sitting in these meetings, they're self-selected. They don't carry any authorities from nations. Anyone and their dog can go if they want to. They don't decide anything. They can't tell you. There's nothing lawful there. Oh, that's a problem. Because, my big part is paper trailing. If people don't understand what I'm doing now, I'm dealing with that level. I'm paper trailing. What's wrong with this picture? How this doesn't work. So the, sorry. So what Canada had to do then was somehow find a way to counter what I'd put on the record. And what they did is, well, we need to have them asking for this. So every professor involved in any Aboriginal law stuff, every band council, every organization, every IPO, everything you can think of, like I said, except me, said, Canada, accept this. You're being assholes kind of thing. Accept this. Come on forward. That's exactly what Canada wanted. Now they can say, didn't matter who was sitting, they all want it after the fact. So they plugged the hole that I made. But people in doing that, not understanding what's the operative language. All this wonderful stuff, you're entitled to this, entitled to that. But who decides how it plays out? The UN member state decides how that's enforced, what you actually have, how you get that. Just like the courts of Canada will say, oh, we'll say, yeah, okay, there's an Aboriginal right there, and there's maybe a little bit of Aboriginal right of Aboriginal title there, handing it out. The operative language has all there's no decision making in the Aboriginal people's hands. There's no nationhood there. It's all about, okay, they're entitled to this, but we decide what they're entitled to. Because guess what? There are legal wards. When you have a wardship, the wards are not in any position to decide. They're held to have no capacity to decide. So, okay, we'll take care of them. We'll decide how all these wonderful things actually lay out. But oh, guess what? In this domestic doctrine, we have to consider the overall benefit and responsibility to all of our people in our nation, right? Meaningful economic objective of a national importance. And when that happens, we can lawfully now boot these people off their land. Even though we got, okay, Unidrep, they're entitled, well, we'll give them some money. We'll put them in a shelter downtown, wherever. Nothing illegal about that because all of this new law has been put in place. And another important part of international law creation are academics who speak about what should be, what's wrong with this picture. This is why I've written, literally thousands of documents most people haven't seen or know about. It's to make sure that I'm countering all this fraudulent falseness. It's not true. I've seen, and you know what? I've not just read about it. I've seen the nations. I've been brought in where, again, those kind of, what's she doing there, right? Let's get her out. Oh my goodness, right? No, she's entitled to be here because I needed to see how their governance is acting. I mean, going to a powwow, for instance, not a powwow, but a giveaway, and seeing the heads of government from different nations coming together, settling the debt. This is international business and economic diplomacy. And I've witnessed that. I haven't just read this or speculated. I have seen it. I couldn't understand all the languages, but I recognize when a government of a nation is acting, it's no different than Italy or Brazil or whatever, right? That's where you're at. So I know this. I'm speaking not as an academic theoretical. I'm not speaking, some people have said, oh, well, she's just kind of making some stuff up. No, this is basic law. The beauty of this stuff is it already exists. There is the international law. You already meet all of the components. You're a nation. You already have the land. You haven't been at war and given it away and been conquered. Sometimes people talk about these peace treaties. You know what a peace treaty is? It's a legal technical thing where you wave the white flag and give up. That's never happened anywhere here either. So it's all about trying to rewrite history, rewrite what's fact and what's true. And this is happening fast and furious. It affects you.
Council's wondered if you need a break.
No, I'm okay unless council.
Could we take a 5 minute?
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. Oh, it's good they called a break. I keep forgetting to get up and I'm older now, right? And you get stiff, right?
Anyway, I don't see any minutes about it, but I think you suggested it.
I'm just curious. I did see something from like 2020.
Yeah.
I was just wondering. Okay, thanks.
But a lot of what you say, you know, I was taught by the guy that down the road. Tommy
Yeah,
Moore.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and he was taught by all the groups that going to Vancouver, Paul. Andy Paul.
Yeah, oh yeah,
Yeah.
Andy Paul and the other one. There's the two of them. I know, yeah, because
Yeah,
their relatives I spent a lot of time with
Yeah.
as well. Yeah, the knowledge, you know,
Yeah.
comes there.
yeah. And yeah, Tommy always talked about the flag too, you know, about we had an agreement with the Crown. And,
Oh, yeah.
as long as the river flows, the sun shines and stuff, and then the Crown double crossed us by putting the Crown on top
Hmm.
instead of underneath. It's supposed to be. And I think that I'm still trying to find it. Kootley, George Kootley did a case called the Alphonse case in Williams Lake.
Yeah,
Seventies.
yeah.
80s. And he talked about
Yeah.
that. He gave that evidence on the stand. And actually, he just passed away not too long ago. Cunliffe Barnett. Judge Cunliffe Barnett.
So we're recording right now, just so you know.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's record. Oh,
Yeah.
Little history lesson for everyone.
yeah.
But yeah, but Cunliffe, he passed away, the last year, but he retired in, Coldstream. And I got to meet him and, really quite the amusing guy. He was the one that, started setting the, original cases there, decided in our favor. Yeah.
The problem is how it just gets, starts a good way, and it just gets, you know, that's always the problem, right?
It's serious.
Oh, you're gonna roll around now, huh?
Up for the day, area?
Well, actually, I have to, when I travel like that, I have to have a day clear because of my back and stuff, you know.
Have you signed up or? Whatever the process is.
People stay. Your take.
I'm comfortable. I'm,
door to it. Janice, we can pop to you.
Yeah, I might get a,
Oh,
yeah, okay, just a little bit of milk if there is, or, but milk I preferred if you got it. Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks. I can't eat gluten. There's gluten free?
Yep, social order. for you.
Oh, I'm coming.
They're later.
Thank you so much.
It's on the end.
Oh, wow. Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. Oh, this
It coming to council that you guys became. I'm just looking at that, right? First Nation major projects.
Yeah.
Like in 2021, it was already listed as one of the committees for, so 2019 to 2021, it was already listed as a.
Yeah,
Looking at the
yeah.
external committees list.
We're good? Okay. A couple of things I forgot, I lose track sometimes. That, when I was talking about that lawsuit and acting for the ban, they closed down the courthouses, et cetera. Well, the other thing they tried to do is like, okay, we'll file a complaint against her. Now, the way lawyers are self-governed, the way the system was set up against lawyers, as soon as anyone filed a complaint, whether it's bogus, legitimate, or not, as soon as complaint is filed, you're no longer considered, then you were no longer considered in good standing. If you're not in good standing, guess what? You can't appear in court. So that's what they did next with me, so that I wouldn't go into court and bring my, you have no defense, give me my judgment application now. Then through the course of that, it became clear, and as I explained what I did and how I acted, and guess what? I'm kind of an expert on this. Department of Justice in-house legal counsel for Indian Affairs, you know what I mean? In BC, especially one of 2 lawyers, right? I know what I'm doing here. Oh, so guess what they did? Law Society can make its own laws governing its own lawyers, right? They said, okay, Switlo acted by direction of the people, band members, petition. Let's not let lawyers do that anymore, because we don't want anyone to do what she did. So they made a determination that a lawyer for a band can only accept instructions from the chief and council, or chief, but no one else can instruct the lawyers. And of course, if your client is now the chief and council, you don't owe any duties whatsoever to the people as a whole. You just take instructions from chief and council or chief and do what that chief does, you know, what they tell you to do. Whether it's harmful for the band, harmful for the people, puts risk on all their shoulders, doesn't matter. You can't go after the lawyer, because these are our new laws. So that was put in place to prevent someone like me coming along and doing what's always been done in terms of acting for and protecting bands. The other thing that happened with a case, like I often have helped hereditary chiefs. And up north in Haisla, the chiefs came to me because they were reading about all these developments and deals in the newspaper, and they couldn't even get a few dollars to clean up the graveyard. So they were wondering what's going on, and there was some BC LCAN hearings for hydro and stuff. So I agreed to help them. And again, how do we get Switlo out of there, right? It's always, we got to stop her somehow. So the chief and council, and of course, what I've done here, and this was really cool, I explained, here's a Haisla Nation, here's an Indian Act band, here's how the authorities work, you know, all that kind of stuff. And everyone there from all parties came up to me privately after it, during, thank you for explaining that. It really made sense to them. They saw the nation, they saw the ownership of the lands, right? They like, because it was like, why could there be this party called the Haisla Hereditary Chiefs and then this band council? Aren't they the same thing? So not only did I verbally talk about it, I paper trailed the heck out of this. And the beauty of this is that all of my submissions, because I submitted it not only as their helper, but as an expert. All of my submissions, the panel made a point of saying, we accept all of those submissions, all of my submissions. And further, nobody challenged them. This is the only time and the first time that in a Canadian court, a nation, true nation, has been recognized in that capacity, not as a Section 35, approach, as a nation approach, nation owning land who needs to give permissions, and that the chief and council could not give those permissions. You need them from under the laws of that nation, which is the hereditary chiefs. So threats, I got, four big dudes, the whole thing. Still going, I'm still showing up, I'm still paper trailing, I'm still doing the stuff, right? So they decide to sue myself and hereditary chiefs. You can believe it. And a couple other people. But that's shocking, right? To sue their own chiefs, right? And also sort of did a number on me, and there's all sorts of counterclaims. So they sued in defamation. They say, well, she said some things. And What I asked, there's a process in that hearing that you can, instead of cross-examining live, you can ask the questions in writing. You know, which is actually a nice, fair way of doing it because it gives people a chance to consider the question and respond. They didn't like my questions. Okay. They said, because I was asking, there's a law that would apply to the company because it's an American company, things like that. Whether there was any incentive provided, whether there's a payment provided to the chief and council. Simple question. Deny it if not the case. Well, if you can't deny it, well, what does that leave you, right? So they said, oh, we'll sue on defamation. Surely she'll stop once she gets sued. No, I didn't stop. I carried through. But then there was a whole bunch of defamation against me and all sorts of stuff. But here's the problem. I talked to the lawyer for them. And I said, you know, you can't use banned assets for your legal fees. Those are collective assets. They're not the individual assets of the individuals who have hired you, the plaintiffs, the chief and the counselors. And now, why this was a concern? Because this particular lawyer was known to charge a minimum of $5 million for basic representation. This is a land where military chiefs couldn't find and get money to clean up the graveyard. Okay, so this is a big chunk of change. This lawyer, and you know, because of where Department of Justice, this isn't right. This is taking of a band of collective assets. Can't do this. And his response to me was, as a lawyer, he laughed, but there isn't a BC case that says that yet. And the realization hit me, this guy's going to milk this band for everything that he can. He's going to get millions and millions of dollars that these people don't have. And if they do have it, should be spending on housing and cleaning the graveyard or whatever, right? And he laughed about it. And I'm like, oh, I could see, I thought he's going to do this. So at that point, I had to sacrifice myself. I could not pursue my counterclaims or even defense because he'd be billing throughout all that. I would extend that lawsuit from a couple of weeks to 3-4 weeks into maybe even 8 months where he's billing. So I had to step back. I didn't defend. I pulled my counterclaim and just let it be. Now, of course, when you don't defend, there's a default judgment against you. That's how it works. And I know it's some minuscule amount. But unfortunately, this that lawsuit, people have spread rumors that, you know, oh, she's a disbarred lawyer. Well, and because remember, after what was happening with defending the band and seeing what the lawyers did, the Law Society did, how they changed things, I'm not wanting to be a lawyer anymore. I decided not to renew my membership, especially after they offered me, going back to Law Society, one of the benchers, that's what they call the governors, phoned me and said, you know what, Janice, okay, you've proven yourself. We're going to let you in with the big boys. Now, all you have to do is admit some guilt. And I'm like, I didn't do anything. I protected my client. I'm acting for the band. This is what's always been done for hundreds of years like this, right? Well, it doesn't matter. In order to be admitted into the club, they have to have something on you. They all have something on all of us. So you've earned it. You've deserved it. We're going to bring you in. Well, no, thank you. I'm not for sale, right? Unfortunately, later, that guy, that bencher, so he didn't deliver me, right? Now, here you got a problem. I can provide evidence and he can provide evidence. I can call upon him to give testimony. The man ends up dead. And the weird thing, he was like smashed into a wall up here in Kelowna, actually, with empty, with alcohol bottles around. And the man didn't drink, right? So it was like a staged kind of thing to make it look like he was drunk driving and killed himself. And so there goes my other witness. It's just my word now in terms of what our conversation was, because I didn't record it. But he didn't deliver. And when there's consequences when you don't deliver. when I wouldn't stop. So they're doing all that. The other thing that happened just get me to stop, literally overnight, 3 months of every bill I'd ever paid through my bank, TD Bank, was reversed. My life insurance, all my leases for my office equipment, my loan payments, my mortgage, everything reversed. Now, under law, once you're in default for 3 months, they can seize. So overnight, my vehicles are being picked up. My law office is being closed down. So how am I going to practice law now? Right? I can't drive anywhere, that kind of stuff. So every time something like that's done, here I'm like, wow, I guess I really know what I'm doing. It didn't make me question it. I doubled down, right? Obviously, why would you go to such trouble if I was Looney Tunes, if I was some conspiracy theorist or something like that? It doesn't make any sense. And that's why you ask yourselves, why so much effort over so many decades? Why such convoluted legal stuff? Why such breaching of law? An unlawful nation acting as it is, Canada, Dominion of Canada. Why? Why all this money sent to lawyers, being sent to nonprofits now in order to control your business deals? Here, we'll help you. You don't have anybody on your side. It's all about containing you, controlling you, and taking what's yours. What's to be, what you have always been responsible for protecting and using. It's to provide for you. And adaptation means you might use the land in different ways, but it doesn't mean you destroy the land. And the only way, if there's a development, for instance, and it is something you think this makes sense, we could benefit from this. Also, some of our people will get jobs, that's fine, but this makes sense. But, the water polluted, it's to happen. We want this to happen. You can talk to your blue saying this is what we want to happen. It ain't going to happen. Only as the owners providing permissions on conditions will that happen. And it can happen, but don't expect them to offer it. Don't expect the companies to come in and say, okay, Canada's saying we've got this under control. The government's Canada even saying to the king and the queen at the time, we got this under control. And the hardest thing watching the king deliver the throne speech is and I'm not going to get into talking about all this, but it's like putting words into the king's mouth that I personally will damage control again. I deal with the crown a lot. No one really knows about it to counter, because when Prince Charles came over and said, well, there's no water treaty and there's other issues I raised, don't worry, we've got this reconciliation thing happening, which if you look it up, it's a synonym for assimilation. So this is what they want. They want to come under us. They think we're great. We're going to come under Canada. We don't need these nations. You don't need to be beholden to the nations anymore as being their tenant. But it's just not true. It's just what Canadian governments are telling and saying. And I counter that stuff. And I'm going to counter this darn stuff that's been said in the throne speech. Because keep in mind, the king has to deliver what? He doesn't write it. He just reads it. And he has to, as a constitutional monarchy, within that government system, read that. And you could see at times he's kind of sick on a couple of the areas, right? Because he knows better. He's also the one that put a stop back in Six Nations Caledonia when we were planning, the army were planning to go in to open up the roads. And there was, logs put across. And I immediately sent something off, 2 paragraphs. This is how powerful your stuff is as nations, as treaties, as people who own. 2 paragraphs. They can't do this. That's an act of war. This is what your government's planning to do. 2:30, Prince Charles is on the phone to the police and the military. You can't do that. And it didn't happen. And how do I know these things? Because individuals who were there and witnessed it, by the way, Janice, that letter, we saw that. This is what happened. So So this is, when I talk about all the stuff that's a problem, keep in mind that if you really know what you're doing, it isn't that hard to damage control and protect against those words. But everyone these days is just writing using all this term and use one. You say traditional territory instead of Okanagan land or Silex land. You use consultation, you use a comment, you use any of these one words that are out of the doctrine, boom, you're in that doctrine. It has to be absolutely consistent and clear and no confusion. No one's writing like that. So the bottom line is, like, in order to do these things, you do not have to give them what they want. You know, a basic deal, two people, right? Here, in any kind of these agreements, let's take, for example, the forestry agreement I'll talk about in a minute. We want permission to do this. We want to do that. Okay, we're going to give this permission. Canada's, BC is going to characterize it like this. You characterize it like this, being, hey, okay, we allow you on our land to do this. BC says, oh, well, we're going to do this. We just needed to consult you. But you don't have to agree on those things, right? It's a simple agreement. Boom. BC is going to pay you this for this. It's a less than 1-page agreement. Instead, you have all these, whereas we are under this and we are this and we are that. Those are all representations that speak for you and say who you are. And they are not as your ancestors and elders spoke. You're speaking as a domestic ethnic minority already assumed and assimilated into Canada without ever having a vote, even as people, to do that. So when I talk about treaties, you know, in terms of real treaties, and I'm going to get to, at the end, talk about what actually happened, and we were touching upon that a little bit, which actually happened, a treaty actually happening, and what interfered with that. My knowledge on treaties comes from those who were there, who actually then met with elders from here, on the West Coast and here, who went there to learn about it. Because when this land claim stuff come out, what is this, right? What are real treaties? And that's when I was alerted and given all that knowledge and saying, we don't think these things are the same things. But of course, I hadn't done the work yet, right? But I've got that in the back of my mind, my direction, find out. And they said, well, and you'll be moving to there where there's treaties. And I didn't see it coming, but sure enough, I ended up in Edmonton for about 9 years where, yes, I was in those treaties areas. And like I said, you know, this conversion of your collective assets, when it's the hands of a couple of people who don't even have to be elected, it's pretty easy for them to sell them to whomever for whatever. And members aren't seeing any of that. It's not going to come to you. So let's look at some stuff. Your strategic plan, 2020 to 2025. Good stuff, right? We exercise our inherent rights over OKIB lands. So you're not saying traditional territories, you're saying our lands. Water and territory. And then through how you're doing it, culture, technical expertise, strategic partnerships, and Silex laws. I'm not reading any Section 35 language there that says we're not a nation we don't own. So there's a good line, right? That's in your strategic plan. Then we get to the public safety, the May 2025 newsletter. This work is not just about policy and programs. It is about people, relationships, and our shared responsibility to care for one another. A safe community, and I appreciate you're talking about one particular aspect, but this is talking about you. A safe community starts with you by continuing to walk this path together. Remember, what path are you going to walk together? We ensure that our efforts today lay the foundation for future generations, honoring the resilience of those who came before us and empowering those yet to come. The future of public safety at OKIB is not just about maintaining progress. It is about transforming possibilities into realities, ensuring that every step forward strengthens the foundation for a safer, more connected and empowered community. So again, we're not seeing any, we're an ethnic minority. We're just Canadians. We're not seeing that there. But then we have March. So it's like, for me, it's like you're schizophrenic, right? You're saying two things. March 2023, Okanagan Indian Band Culture and Heritage Policy. It's full of Section 35 limiting language and references UNIDRIP. And with respect, it really needs to be fully reviewed and completely revised. This is a killer document for you. And the Okanagan, this one's a curious one, the Okanagan Indian Band Forest and Range Consultation and Revenue Sharing Agreement. This is one of these incremental, couldn't get a land claims all in one document, so let's do it piece by piece. And over time, we'll have a dozen or 2 dozen of these things and it equals a land claim, only they didn't have to pay you per head. Land claims to buy your land, to buy you, is priced per head. It was about 65 grand a person back when I was there. Now it's a little more, right? But you're basically signing off on stuff and you'll see how there's no guarantee of you getting anything. So you're giving up that purchase price, if you will. My point is, if you want to sell, at least get a good dollar for it, right? But don't look to me to help you sell, right? So this agreement is dated September 6, 2024. Now, it's only signed by then Chief Byron Lewis, despite spaces for 2 councillors, and it's not witnessed, but it is signed by the province as well. It's a 3-year term, and it speaks about Aboriginal interests in the territory. Now, you're not even getting that Okanagan traditional territory, you're just getting the territory. What's an Aboriginal interest? Okay, there's a definition. Asserted Aboriginal rights, including Aboriginal title. Remember, Aboriginal title technically in law is called the Aboriginal right of Aboriginal title. Or determined Aboriginal rights, including Aboriginal title, that are recognized and affirmed under Section 35(1) of the Constitution Act. All of the payments, so you're limiting, they're only recognizing that part. Why is that even in there? Why does it have to be in there? It doesn't. If you're saying, okay, you're gonna harvest something here. What are you going to give us for it? Boom, we do a deal and we're done. We don't have to say, oh, well, BC, you are a colony and blah, 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 and you guys are nothing. Why is that there? Because it's in place of a land claim. This is what they really need to get. But what do you get out of that? It's always subject to appropriations. What does that mean? Well, the BC government has to budget to pay you. And if they don't want to, they don't have to. So you basically, at least in a land claim, you're going to get the money that is part of your sales price, right? You'll actually get it. It's not subject to appropriations. But this, you have an agreement where you're saying we're not a nation and we don't own, and you don't have anything certain that you're going to get for that. So it's a complete giveaway. You're not even getting money in trust. You're getting, well, we have to depend on whether a government that comes into office at that time is actually going to decide to pay us. What business person would ever do a deal like that? No one. And then it talks about, well, this isn't a treaty and it's not admissions, and it's just this about this Aboriginal interests. It's not recognizing anything. Remember, I talked about how the Crown, in entering into real treaties, recognizes nations' sovereignty, agrees to accept the law of the land, and is a tenant beneath those interests. So we talked a little bit about Bill C5, and then, of course, BC Bills 14 and 15 that passed, the last week of May. They talk about fast tracking. Bill 15 is the fast tracking of public sector projects like schools and hospitals, as well as private projects, such as critical minerals mines that are deemed provincially significant. The whole thing in this Section 35 doctrine is, as soon as you can prove it's of national importance, or in this case, provincially significant, or there's money to be made, basically, then it's full steam ahead. They don't have to wait to do a deal with you because they get the land, they get the resource, they get it. They can take 20 years to hassle with you to see what kind of money they pay you. But if that's brought into court, all that BC or Canada and its equivalent legislation has to do is show that they followed that law. If anyone tries to bring an injunction, if anyone tries to bring a litigation that says, oh, you didn't consult us, it's not going to get anywhere. You might get lawyers making a little more bucks on this, right? More industry in that. But they're not going to stop it. All they have to do is, oh, we have this law. It says we need to check these boxes, and the boxes are checked, and the court will say, yep, that's the law. That's what they did. It checks the boxes. You're good to go. But what about us? You didn't consult us. Oh, there's lots of time for that. In the meantime, we're going to strip that mountain. We're going to put this through. We're going to dam up the waters. We're going to do whatever the heck we want. That's what that's about, to make it faster. So there's no debating in court to say, well, is it meaningfully significant? Is it a national interest? It's deemed by law, the way the word that those laws work. It's deemed to be. Judge can't overturn that. The judge can just then look at whether those boxes are properly checked. And they're minimal to achieve. That's why they're so excited, because this is like going to speed everything up. But what doesn't speed it up? Owners, excuse me. I don't know what this section 35 crap is. You need our permissions. This is all about, let me finish reading this. BC Premier David Eby said Saturday that he is confident that recent opposition from First Nations to infrastructure fast-track legislation, that's Bills 14 and 15, will not affect his ability to attract investment from Asia. It's all about certainty. They all know how this is going to work. You can't stop them. You can't get an injunction. You can't go to court and say, we're going to pull a hold on this. You throw any of your people there, they're in jail. Like that, because, oh, we've got the Anti-Terrorism Act in place. And anyone doing that stuff would freeze your accounts like that. You won't access your money. You won't be able to pay your rent. They're ready. But they can't deal with when you act as nations, when you act as nationals of nations. I never recommend protesting. I never recommend lobbying. Some say, oh, well, we just got to get them to understand more. And they know what they're doing. They've known since before I was born what they're doing. Anytime someone like me has come along and thrown a wrench into it, they sidestep. They got lots and lots of money. I barely make my monthly bills, but I can still stop and stall and buy time and correct the what's on the record. Why? Because I'm doing not for me, but for these powerful nations, and you're one of them. So now I'm going to get on to the Okanagan Nation Alliance. It's a society, okay? And is there damage control required there? Yeah, right. If you look at 2014 Okanagan Nation Water Declaration, there's some good stuff in there. Okay, let's be clear. There's some good stuff in there, but it does come too close to Section 35 terminology. For instance, Silex peoples have inherent and implicit Aboriginal title rights. Those are Section 35 terms and responsibilities. And this quote, right? This 2014, the Silex Nation is a sovereign nation, and we have governed our lands under Silex laws, customs, and Silex institutions since the beginning of time. Excellent. Perfect. You're not talking like that now. No one's talking like that. Here's what, you govern under your own institutions, under your laws. In 1996, the Okanagan Tribal Council was reorganized. That's a society, right? In 1997, you got the Okanagan Nation Alliance Society was incorporated under the Society Act of BC. These are BC institutions. These are created under BC's laws and are governed by BC laws. It's not governed under your laws. And then the Silex Okanagan Nation Chiefs Executive Council for the society, our chiefs of the bands, and the chair of the board, chairman of the board, if you will, is Chief Clarence Louie. And then the Chiefs Executive Council in 2003 passed Tribal Council Resolution 15, mandating the formation of the Okanagan Nation Development Corporation. Again, that's a BC company created by, governed by, under BC laws. What you ought to be using is something called an LLP, which is a limited liability partnership. Now, I've gotten hereditary chiefs using that in the north, and BC's accepted that. They're fine with that. Here's the beauty of that. This hereditary chief's not about to incorporate, right? It was pretty obvious. I'm not going to incorporate their laws, and they can't be incorporated. It's too difficult that way. So instead of forming a standalone entity, which is Canadian, which is taxed, of course, it's no different than any non-native person, right? It's taxable. So you lose a lot of, because you're giving up your tax jurisdiction there. What it is, and this is a vehicle used all over the world, okay? Like companies that get together, people doing things. This is how they work it. Because everyone has their own jurisdiction, tax, whatever it is that they have to deal with. So you can't really create, when you're dealing internationally, you can't really create one, you decide one jurisdiction that we're going to go all under. That's not fair. That, that one jurisdiction could turn against us, right? That's not neutral, if you will. So what it is, and this is different from a regular partnership, that people know. With a limited liability, because with a regular partnership, there's a general partner, runs everything, controls everything, and everyone's basically just silent partners. This is different. With an LLP, each partner is running the show. So you're still making the decisions. You're part of this organization. You together make decisions. You're not a separate legal entity, but this entity can accept payments. Canada and BC will always say, you have to incorporate, otherwise we can't give you money. LLP, here's the bank account, deposit the money. It's a non-issue. Now, when money comes into that LLP structure, it is then dispersed and taxed, if you will, in the hands of the individual partners. Individual partners, Indian bands, not taxable, right? You're not losing anything there. You're not giving away anything. Everything flows back to the band. The band then, is remember the collective assets involved, band then, provided you got some checks and balances on chief and council, right? That's then band money to do what you want, right? Or what needs to be done. And it's a fiduciary, right? Not just what you want, right? Huge difference in structure. You retain who you are. You're not having to say, oh, I can only function under a Canadian corporation. That's like Russia saying it could only function under a structure that the American president approves of. Ain't gonna happen. It's ridiculous, right? So my point on this is, because lawyers have been trained not to see you really as nations, to see you only as Section 35 stuff, to always, how do we do a business structure event? Oh, well, we just do an incorporation. We only have to take instructions from chief and council. Chief and council tell us, put us on the deed, put us on there. We're the shareholders. We get everything, right? You can see how it happens. But if you truly want to be on the path of exercising your economic sovereignty, maintaining your nationhood, maintaining control of decision-making, that's the big one. Then you would form a limited liability partnership, because it all flows back to you. So that, because you've always had flat structures of governance. You've never had a king. But the way things are being done now, you are sort of setting up a king, and that's problematic. And I'm explaining this, okay? So on May 13 this year, press release went out from ONA. Quote, Chief Clarence Louie, chair of the Silex Okanagan Nation, added that, quote, the comments made by these MLAs show exactly why reconciliation is still a long way off. Reconciliation is not about opinions. It's about recognizing First Nations people's inherent rights, our laws, and our jurisdiction over our lands. It is not about that at all. Reconciliation is getting control over you. The absolute opposite of recognizing who you are, what you have, and what you own. And it says, our people have lived here since time immemorial. We're not going anywhere. Great, right? But what are you? Are you people? Are you a nation with lands granted to you by a creator? Or are you an artificial entity beneath a Canadian or provincial government? If politicians can't respect that, they have no place in public office. And then here's the clincher. The Silex Okanagan Nation stands behind PIB, Penticton Indian Band leadership, and we will continue to assert our sovereignty in our territory. Now you're saying no sovereignty, and you moved away from our land, or the term in your language that speaks of land. Different nations have different ways. But our territory, remember the territory, BC talking about that in the one of the agreements. It's not specific to you and what you have. One word, right? Even though you can find some good words in there, 1-2 words. I'm a good lawyer. I know how I would use that against you, right? I'm not going to, but others will, because it's been planned. So then you have BC Hydro. Okay, let's get into that. This is another incremental piece because there's all sorts of representations in there. And this is like from 2011, right, when it's announced. Through a process of relationship building, the Upper Nicola Band, the Okanagan Nation Alliance, another tribal council, and BC Hydro have entered into a landmark agreement related to the construction of BC Hydro's interior to lower mainland transmission project. This relationship-based agreement provides access to land and resources in the nation's territories, funds, directs award, contracts, and cooperation on future development. You have to look at what's in those agreements and what representations are made. But here's the important stuff here. ONA on their website, the Energy Executive Committee, EEC, is a key subcommittee of the Chief's Executive Council, chaired by the Chief of the CEC. So now you have, remember, under the society, you have the Chief's Executive Council, which are all the chiefs of the bands north of the medicine line. But now we have an unknown number of chiefs. Could be one person, could be just the chair. It serves as the entity for engaging with the energy sector to pursue related economic, cultural, and environmental opportunities and actions on, wait for it, the territory. Okay. The EEC meets on a regular basis to discuss the status of the relationship with BC Hydro, assess current projects, and determine the overall goals and priorities upon which to guide the process. They monitor the important technical work done by the project review committees and review the data necessary for the CEC, those are the Chiefs Executive Committee, to make decisions on BC Hydro's major projects on the territory. We don't know how many of the chiefs are actually the Energy Executive Committee. They're actually doing the dealing. And if they're a quorum, if they're a majority of the chiefs, so what is it? It's like 7-6, so you need 3 or 4. They are making the decisions. The chiefs, remember I told you they're giving power to the chiefs to decide for everyone, that litigation back east. Oh, it's the only thing left. No nations, just Indian bands, and the chiefs make all the decisions. You're right in there. This is what's on the territory. So you're talking like the province. Well, but it's a provincial society. Why wouldn't they talk like the province? But they're holding themselves out as being your governance. The EEC continues to ensure that the relationship with BC Hydro enjoys with Okanagan Nation continues to evolve and improve. Well, take their word for it. I mean, further, the EEC guides the enduring relationship and all BC Hydro activity and projects within Okanagan territory. Looking at the big picture, that includes the past, present, and future is critical in ensuring the Okanagan Nation's needs are met. So there's a whole lot of structuring here beneath a BC society. So a couple of people could even potentially be one person. That's why I said you're making of a king. It could be King Louis, right? He was described as chair of the nation. Well, a chair of a nation that comes to mind, Chairman Mao, the first chairman after the Communist Revolution in China. He's the chairman. So what does this mean when this is written, right? Technically, he's chair of a board right now, of a society board, but where is that going, right? And decision-making structure, not even worrying about it, right? That doesn't mean anyone's going to vote on anything. All those projects, BC Hydro is what? Water, right? So, which I'm going to move on to.
Janice,
Yep.
proper pronunciation.
Yeah.
Seal.
Silk. Okay.
Seal. The H, the X is pronounced as an H. Seal.
So sorry, it's spelled. Yeah, because this was actually used when I was around. So it sounds again.
Seal.
Oak. Kind of, so I can, okay, thank you. I was going to ask about that. Sorry. So as we speak about water, then I want to spend, are there any questions right now on anything? Because I want to get into the water and then some of your other stuff that you've done. So this might be a good time to,
Yeah, I've got a question.
Yeah, I noticed that happened to me in the Browns Creek case. If you recall, in 1999, we interior bands went out logging right after the Delgamuuk decision, because when we approached the province for timber for housing purposes, they said that they would only talk to us through the BC treaty process. We said, no way, that's an extinguishment process. So I was chair of the ONA at that time, and also the chief for OKIB. And I went around to the member bands and I talked to their membership and their chief and councils and all the elders from all the 7 bands that I talked to said, well, we never surrendered. Just go out onto the land and do it. And if they charge you, make them prove their title. And so that's what we did. We got a permit from the ONA, and West Bank went logging up at Hidden Creek, and we went logging here at Browns Creek. And the 3 Shuswap bands to the north of us went logging at Harper Lake. And so anyways, West Bank at their very next court appearance. Oh, I need to mention something too, that they didn't charge us under the criminal code, which would have triggered their doctrine of Aboriginal title, would have put the onus on us to prove who we are. But they charged us under civil law. So the doctrine of Aboriginal title didn't apply. So we were the first ones, and as far as I know, in the British Empire to ever reverse the onus of proof back onto the crown. So make a long story short, West Bank Chief and Council signed an abeyance agreement right on the Vancouver courthouse steps, which put the Hidden Creek case aside. And interestingly enough, the that's the same date that the province of BC had to provide evidence that they owned the timber at Hidden Creek. And of course, we're not under treaty. We never lost a war. We never surrendered. So that left the Browns Creek case as the flagship case for the ONA, and also the Shuswap case at Harper Lake. So anyways, over time, you never did make it to court. You know, once I was out of office in 2003, I kept bringing it up, but it never did make it to court. And then around, 2011, somewhere in there was an agreement signed to put the Browns Creek case basically aside. And um, and when I said, well, I never signed anything, my name was on the case. I was charged in my personal capacity and also in my capacity as chief. And then I was told, well, it was because the chief and council have the authority. So that's probably what the same time that it happened when they start giving the chief and council the authority. And I have noticed that the government is trying to give the chief and councils more authority in a lot of different areas. And it's pretty disturbing to see that they're trying to give the chief a lot of authority to speak over, our members' territory. So what you're saying is I've experienced some of that as well. And yeah, we definitely need to start mitigating and using the proper language to protect our title and rights for future generations. Thank you.
Well, like I said, oh, no, that's okay. There, like, for instance, I think there's some mention about C-92 for taking on child welfare and things like that. There's all these opt-in legislation where you can do something, but it has to be done the way Canada wants you to do it, or the way they're doing it now a lot for provinces. Because of course, if you're under Canada, you're actually under the provinces. If you don't have your land anymore, province owns it, right? So you become just like me, any other Canadian, right? So the point is, there can be times where, how would you explain it to all your members to say, we're not going to do this, when they're clamoring and saying, we need this and we need this money and we need, and yeah, the money's going to help with something, right? Obviously. What do you do? If you don't do it, you're not going to get elected. You're not going to be able to do something else. Like, someone else will do it. And so how do you deal with these situations? It's all about, right now, everything that's papered is kept by the province, or as the case may be, or Canada. It's the only paper that exists. I'm speaking about what you have to do internally. So say you want to get into the education opt-in. That requires you to follow BC law and stuff like that. So before you sign, ideally before you sign it, or if it's been already signed by previous chief and council, keep in mind that usually before they're signed, there's a BCR. Previous BCRs are not binding on current chief and council. So you can revoke a BCR. So if there's a BCR that supports those agreements, but speaks as we're already done in or assimilated, you can replace that BCR. You can revoke the words and you can replace it with this. Yes, our chief and council entered into this and blah, blah, blah. At that date, we remained and still are a nation. We never capitulated. We never, right? So some good language there. And so you're not putting down the previous chief and council. Always approach it with, they did the best they could based on the advice they were receiving. And understand that these are very, very clever people. I'm a clever person, and I happen to be in the right place at the right time, so I know and can see this stuff so easy. So you're not, oh, that, so-and-so. So you don't devolve into the politics. There's no time for that right now. Deal with, if you're upset with someone later, deal with it later. Focus on the nationhood, focus on the preservation. So this BCR will say something like, this requires this, and it makes it look like we're under this, but we're not. Nevertheless, they will not change it. This is the only way they will provide us with money that we are owed and are due to us. So in the interests of mitigation of these injuries that they are doing to us by failing to meet standards for education or whatever the issue is, we are accepting and having to sign into this. So you're not saying we're signing in duress. That doesn't work. But you're saying, here are our thoughts. These representations are not true. This is what the truth is. And nonetheless, we are having to sign this because we need this money and it's owed to us. And there's no other way we can get it at this time. And this is the best that we can do for mitigation of damage. Going forward, that is not to speak to our nationhood. None of that is to speak to this. It is simply about getting what is owed to us. It's partial payment and not full satisfaction. So you need, there are some legal terms to throw in, right? Also, when there's like settlements, like for instance, you'll hear a lot of specific claims where there's sort of individual distributions and stuff. I've advised people and created documents for them to say, when they're getting this, like, I never was a party to this litigation. Because they try to say, okay, you accept this and agree with everything. You get the money and then you respond and say, yeah, well, you know what? No, I'm not releasing responsibilities forever and third generations hence. No, I was owed this kind of money and this is accepted only on the basis of partial payment and not in full satisfaction. There's law that says you can't force someone to accept something they've not been part of. This gets involved with, dealing with settlement of litigation and stuff. Even when you're working out a deal, there's always more that Canada gets or more that the province gets. Because like I said, these lawyers just want to get their contingency fee, just want to get their money off the top. And they don't know. They really don't know how to protect. That's the sad thing. So you have to protect yourselves. And over time, as you build these documents, it becomes second nature. Okay, yeah, this initiative, we don't like it. People try, oh, well, we'll change the agreement. We'll change this. It ain't going to happen. You're presented with an agreement, the funding agreement, whatever it is, it's going to be in the same form that they provide. You can hire a lawyer and waste money, but it ain't going to change. You can't control that. You have to focus on what you can control. And you can control and document what was going on. You're still here. Forced to do this. Why? We need the money. Our children have needs. They have not been met as required. And therefore, we're signing this, but in no way do these representations speak for us. And so you don't then hand it to government and get them to agree. This is your internal protections. These are your damage controls. So to do that, you kind of do an audit of documents. What have you gotten into? What have you opted into? What agreements have you signed? All that kind of stuff. And there's a couple of ways to do it. It can be pretty quick. You might have a list of 20 things. And the same thing can be said. And maybe it's just a 3-page document that chief and council do. So I'm just going to raise a couple things, but I'm not going to discuss it. And depending on how our time is, we can get into it later. But here are some of the, because I went through to find out sort of what you've been in. I'm concerned about the Duck Lake CN rail. From what I hear, it's with respect to the corridor lands, that CN Rail has indicated it's prepared to return the lands to Canada so they can be restored to the reserve. But apparently trying to finalize the addition to reserve, it hasn't happened. It's important to understand here that Canada doesn't want to do any more additions to reserve. They don't want reserve lands. They want settlement lands. They want fee simple lands so that you're totally under. But in all of this, it's like, okay, CNN Rail that took over from CNPR, they sold the right of way of lands for the Kelowna line to the city of Kelowna. Why? Why didn't that come to you? They have no right to those lands. Okay, because is there a treaty that allowed for that to happen? No. So the railway here, unlike in some areas, the railway here, on what basis could they possibly take those lands? There was nothing there they can rely upon. Legislation, BC, well, but again, you kind of have to have a lawful basis for being present and don't. So, you know, that whole area, I'm a little worried that if Canada's dragging their butts on this, there are ways to get them moving, to the very least get this done. Okay, they're maybe hoping to wait you out so it never gets done because you'll be under this other structure. Anytime controlling land is really the name of the game. Then I'm also kind of concerned about the Bow Park ATR. Is that happening yet? The status of the Goose Lake Range, you know, why is that taking so long for it to be cleaned up? Again, it's all dragging to hold off. And I know you appreciate you know, you have lawyers on this probably in that, but I can tell you that I can get attention of Canada pretty fast to get things happening. You know, just to give you an idea. I'm not, you know, I don't know how to, but I know how to get attention. So for example, 92 member band in Northwest Territories. Really kind of the holdouts in a lot of ways, nationhood, all that stuff, right? Next door to them trying to get more land for additions to reserve, but they're kind of in the same area. And it was all going ahead full steam until the chief got a hold of me. And I mean, they got no money, nothing, right? And so Canada wants to do some consultation. Now, when I respond to consultation, I'm not a Section 35 consultation. I'm like, you may call this whatever you want. Here's the situation. In that case, you have a treaty. You can't do this. You can't just hand off. The other band lives in a different treaty area. So it's, you know, there's a bit of complication there. But the point is, as soon as I put it down in writing, and these are big documents, that took a lot of work, I'll be honest, because, you know, you have to get to the facts. As soon as I did that, the head of negotiations for Canada responds. Keep in mind, up north, it's usually just a couple of local dudes, right? Not very, you know, what's 92 people? Who cares, right? So they basically, well, what do you want? They kept coming back, right? Well, please identify your Aboriginal rights that you feel are being infringed. I respond again, and I always have more cards to play. Let's put it that way, right? Because sometimes there's a time to do it, and I get direction on that sort of thing on a different level. So anyhow, I keep coming back with more and more and more and more. You can't do this. You have to do this. And because you know what? I know their stuff. I know their policies. I know how to tell them you're limited by this, and then you're limited by treaty, and you're limited by nationhood, and you don't have their permission. And bottom line, these people need some land. And these other guys, you're prepared to give them all this land away, which is the same area where they need some land. And so they're like, well, what to do? And you know, they got to close a file. I know how they work, right? I know what they need in order to close their files and stuff. So bottom line, I said, well, hold on a minute. You don't have to give them all that land. You do your deal with them. You can give them some. But my guys tell you what are the choice areas that they're looking at. And then we'll take time to work that out. Oh, heck of an idea. So the thing with Canada, when I'm dealing with them, when I'm dealing with the Crown, there's respect because I'm not in your face yelling, threatening. I'm speaking as an expert in law, in policy, and land holdings and nations. And I'm just laying it on the line. And then I'm helping them do their work to say, well, you know, you could do this. and that doesn't upset here. You could do that and this doesn't upset here. And so it's a way to move a file along. It's a way to do it in a sense that says, well, no, we're not talking section 35. You may be, I know what you're doing. You're doing a section 35 consultation, but they're a nation. They're not domestic minority underneath Canada. So enough said about that. Here's now what we're talking about. So again, you're not getting into you have to see us as this. No, we're communicating with you, Canada, on this basis. You've been forced to communicate with us on this basis, but who cares? That's not you. That's them. That's their governance structure. Where is your document that says, how do we evidence consent? Be it in the local community, the Indian band, or how do we evidence consent on a nation basis? Right now, you have a BC society that says one maybe person or two or three will make the decisions. Have you all voted on that? Have all the band members come? Has everyone come together and said that's how we evidence our consent? Is that how we give our permission? That's first and foremost, that's a big damage control to have that clearly there. Operating as a society is saying, how can you say you're under your laws and you're a nation when you're operating under a foreign company, basically? Doesn't make any sense, and the international community is not going to make any sense of that. So yes, then the other thing, O'Keefe range, right? I think that's really cool. You got that advanced payment, you know, to buy, but right, how it should have happened, but Canada wouldn't, right? But how it would be lawful would be for Canada to go buy those lands, not give you the money to buy the lands. Why they do it that way? Because you're buying fee simple. You're saying we didn't have underlying allodial title. Allodial title means, you know, you were placed here, creator, right? You're placed here. So same money, but look what Canada gets out of it, right? And that's the case with all specific claims. It's a policy. It gets you to make admissions. So this happens. Again, we did the specific claim. This is the bad doing that happened. We agreed to an amount. This amount, or we're working on an amount. This was advanced to us so we could at least mitigate our situation by getting control back of these lands. However, Canada required it to be done this way, that we then be seen to be acknowledging fee simple and not owners. That is not so. So there you have a 1 or 2 pages in your specific claim file or in some central archive or document file that carries on. This is really careful in whatever digital form, you know, next comes. It has to survive. That says, here's what went down. And no, Canada, you cannot, and BC, you cannot say that just because we resolved something of your wrongdoing, that we gave up who we are. That's nonsense. But for those in the future to be able to say that, they need to see what you think now. And you need to document that because orally is not going to be enough to, for the future. So any questions on that stuff or anything you want to discuss? And then I'll get on to the Columbia River. Keep going? Okay. Columbia River Treaty. Okay. So remember I said there's no water treaty anywhere. Here's my concern. I don't know the man, okay? I'm sure he's a nice enough guy. Remember, it's never anything personal with me. It's all about how the work is being done. Jay Johnson, Eagle Eye Consultants. I can't find anything on him. Like if you've done international development and stuff, there's a trail of that. But anyone can say they've been involved in international development if, you know, as a student just out of university, my son did this, a student just out of university, you go help put in a water pump in Africa, you're involved in it. Did you plan it, get the money for it, raise it, design it? Did you do anything there? Or did you just, for padding your resume or because of interest, go do some manual labor on it? Like I said, I can't, you know, due diligence, you know, when you look through what people done, because here's how he how he talks about himself. He talks about this other stuff. I didn't write it down. So he, quote, Jay Johnson is the chief negotiator and senior policy advisor to the Chiefs Executive Council of the Okanagan Nation Alliance. Jay has worked to represent. No one advising you should be representing on anything. You represent yourselves. This is his words. Jay has worked to represent and advance Indigenous governance, title, and rights interests for over 15 years. On behalf of the Silk, Okanagan Nation, he has led a variety of natural resource and energy sector negotiations and governance files, including the Columbia River Treaty negotiations and a groundbreaking Indigenous relationship agreement with BC Hydro. Let's be clear, you are not involved in the Columbia River Treaty negotiations. And I'll tell you why in a minute. I want to continue with him. I'll tell you right now. You're an observer. You're not a negotiator. You're not there. It's your friggin' water, and you're being permitted to watch them bargain over it. But do you know that? Because this head chief negotiator who represents all of you through this BC society, the OKA, says you're in negotiations. And then he says, the nation has asserted that the Columbia River Treaty negotiations must extend far beyond flood control and hydroelectric production, and that cultural values and ecosystem function must be taken into account in CRT dam operations and impacts. Like I said, you can talk about that as much as you want. The actual negotiators, the actual parties to that treaty, don't have to even hear you. You feel like you've had a soapbox? Great. You're the owners. The Crown does not even have any permissions whatsoever anywhere across Canada over water. And never mind that, if you're prepared to permit something, what about the dollars? Where's your compensation? Never mind, as owners, you can say, okay, you can do this, but you better not damage this, and you got to have this in place. And you have experts that, I'm not going to be the one that says you have to have this kind of thing to protect the salmon, which, by the way, you guys have done such a great job with bringing the salmon back, right? And ONA has been key on that, right? So, like I said, there's good stuff, but how are you structured? How are you looking? Where's your power? There is no power in being an observer. But yet you have the highest power, higher than Canada, and most definitely higher than the province in these negotiations. But nobody's saying anything. Your organization that represents you and Jay, who represents that, says, oh, thank you very much. We're an observer, and then reporting back. Look at how great we're doing in negotiations. I'm sorry. That's not right. So just, a little background on that there's a Canada-BC agreement in 1963. And that between them said, okay, the province gets most, the king retains all treaty making function. It's only the king that can enter into treaties to this day. The self-government process that has built for Canada, for the Dominion of Canada governments, has never included treaty making. They first were allowed in as an observer. Okay, the very first exercise of self-government, king allowed, okay, you can bring in one of your local guys and watch what we're doing. Still not negotiating. The next steps that today, when it comes to treaties for Canada, international, Canadian government officials, yes, will negotiate, but they don't have the power to enter into. The king only does. Because it's a constitutional monarch, though, the king is generally speaking required to follow the direction of his government. But since Canada does not hold that jurisdiction, the king technically can still say, no, I don't like that. And when would a king say that? Maybe when the king's relationships by treaty or, and also de facto treaty or actual treaty on this part says, I can't do that. It goes against my other commitments that existed before that, before you got self-government. It still comes back to the crown, to the king. So, and because people, but yet they talk about this. Although this agreement retains Canada's constitutional jurisdiction for international treaties, Canada doesn't have a constitutional jurisdiction. Well, what is that constitutional jurisdiction? It is to be able to be present and negotiate, as opposed to the king bringing someone from England to do it. The local government people can do it. It requires Canada to obtain the concurrence with the province. So the province, they're saying province, I'm going to consult province. So basically, this treaty is in place in 1964. And now it's time between Canada and the US, if you will, is to say, well, where do we go from here? And they both reviewed it. And the outcome of their reviews, Canada and the US, was to negotiate a modernized treaty, not to terminate. So Canada began negotiations with the US in 2018. Province of BC, which implements the treaty, is a key player. But again, because the dams and stuff are built here in BC, treaty by Canada, technically only the king signs, but the agreement between the province and Canada says, okay, BC will implement and do whatever is agreed to on the BC that takes place in BC. Remembering, still no authorities for any of this, right? But by simply being a fly on the wall, what are you doing? You've given them the authorities, right? Because no owner acts like that. No one would act like that if they actually have rights to it and own it. Wouldn't happen. So they reached this agreement in principle to modernize it. And the agreement in principle, listen to this, represents over a decade of engagement. Remember, engagement's the word used because consultation's kind of a dirty word. I like to think because of all my writings on it. New word, engagement, with Canadian Columbia Basin. Look at all the possessory. Canadian Columbia Basin Indigenous Nations, local governments and residents. So, you're lumped in there with the municipalities and regular Canadians. It provides a clear roadmap for the negotiation teams to move forward on drafting the modernized treaty and for BC to begin engaging with the Columbia River Basin residents to seek feedback. So that's where you're lumped in there. I haven't seen the agreement in principle, so there's like document gathering that would be helpful. But here's what you get. Joint Ecosystem and Indigenous and Tribal Cultural Values Body, JEB for short, JEB. This would be a new body under the CRT, the Columbia River Treaty. The purpose of the JEB is to enhance ecosystem health and integrate Indigenous and tribal cultural values in decision-making. You don't have the decision-making, but we'll have this committee and you can provide some comments through that. By making formal recommendations in line with the terms of reference, so it has to comply with the agreement in principle and the terms of reference, they all control that, right? And applying a One River approach in its work. To Indigenous nations and tribes, the One River approach reflects the sacred duty to improve intrinsic ecosystem health for all living things from the Columbia River's headquarters to the estuary at the Pacific Ocean. Indigenous and tribal knowledge holders are expected to provide guidance on the One River approach. Now, yeah, those are nice words, right? Nice things to be done. Where's the control? Who makes them listen? Where is the power to make it happen? There's nothing in there. Oh, well, gee, we had a spill, or, oh, well, we had to close this off. And yeah, we're sorry your salmon died. And we know you were working 20 years to get that river spawning bed back to, but you know what? we needed that. We got all these critical mineral mines going. We got all this going. We need the hydro. We got all electric vehicles now. And so we need this stuff. So yeah, thanks. We appreciate you telling us and we'll look at it. But at the end of the day, these are business decisions. These are political decisions and they're out of your control. So yeah, 2019 Global Affairs Canada granted observer status to the society in the negotiations. So Jay is there sitting for you, watching what they do. And I don't quite frankly think he knows what they're doing or what the implications are, but I don't know the man. It's just based on, I don't see anything in his background that suggests to me that he's got what might be needed there. Okay, so then there's the interim revenue sharing agreement that's dated effective March 31, 2023, pertaining to the Columbia River. Now, the parties wish to enter into this agreement as part of a collaborative bilateral process between the Indigenous nations, which is a defined term, okay, and I'll tell you what that is in a minute, and the province related to the broader collaborative work being undertaken by the province and Canada with the Indigenous nations in relation to the CRT, Columbia River Treaty, as contemplated by the negotiations framework agreement. So there's something in place there that I haven't read yet, including consultation undertaken by the province and Canada in relation to any legal or constitutional duty, financial accommodations, so consultation accommodations, those are all parts of Section 35 doctrine, the development and implementation of redress measures, new CRT governance models and salmon restoration, all in alignment with a modernized Columbia River Treaty that reflects ecosystem function and Indigenous cultural values. All nice words. Again, how to make it happen. Has anything in your experience shown a benevolence towards you when you don't have no ability to make it happen? Do you really expect that you're going to be number one in terms of consideration? And the problem is, how is Indigenous nation defined? Well, they're all provincial incorporations. There's the, and again, pronunciations for me, Ktunaxa Nation Council Society. Swepen Nation is represented by the Shuswap Nation Tribal Council Society. And you guys is represented by the Okanagan Nation Alliance Society and the Chiefs Executive Council. There's no, this is who speaks for you now, right? This is exactly where you should be using an LLP. One River, okay, we got all these bands, all these nations, right? How are we going to work this? First of all, are we going to give permissions? How do we protect our salmon and the other resources? What are our conditions? What must you do, Canada and the US, in order to get a legal treaty in place, right? And then it talks about, sharing this Canadian entitlement. It's a defined term. It means Canada's half share of the additional power generation capacity from U.S. dams in the Columbia River Basin as a result of the construction and operation of dams and impoundment reservoirs in BC, as more fully described and determined in accordance with the CRT. Entitlement revenue means the payments received by the province in association with the sale of the Canadian entitlement over a period of time. So it sounds like Canada is going to start siphoning off to full private control. The province will provide the Indigenous nations, those societies, not the members of those societies, with an aggregate of 15% of the entitlement revenue received by the province in each fiscal year. And each of them agree to receive an equal share. So that's 5% for each society. We're talking a lot of money that's left on the table for someone who doesn't own anything, okay? And I'm sorry, it's funny, it's just the ridiculousness of it is what I'm trying to import here when I'm greeting. It's like, really? How does BC position itself to get 85% of what I think they're expecting, like 300 million or something like that, right? And the only small 5% going to a society, that's not going to get down to the bands. That's not going to get down to the band members. That's just going to run the societies. It's just going to be whatever new building they want, or, in all respect to people involved in that. The fact is that this is what can happen. There's no control over that. So, then we get back to the chief and band council, how to do things, right? The obligations of, this is under section 501 and 502. The obligations of the parties under the agreement are subject to, one, execution and delivery of this agreement on or before March 31, and that's happened, and receipt by the province of a band council resolution for each Syilx Okanagan Nation's constituent communities satisfactory to the parties on or before that date. That's how they worked things back east to in the litigation. They do this. We'll just get a band council resolution and poof, no more nation. And this is how it's being structured here in terms of your water. Now, whether or not it's a little minor thing or a major thing, it's all major, because it determines your position in this situation, whether you're an owner, whether you can protect. If you're no longer an owner, you really can't protect. And then you're just begging, you're just lobbying, please. You're on this committee with someone there like Jay saying, you really should, make sure the salmon are protected more. Well, you know what? We've done what we can. We need this because we need EVs. We need electricity. This is just, oh, well, too bad, right? This is more important because we're the government and we decide and we own it. Notwithstanding any other provision in this agreement, the payment of any funds by the province under this agreement is subject to sufficient monies available in an appropriation. So the government of the day has to actually budget and say, okay, we'll pay them. And if they don't, what are you going to do? You've already said you're not an owner. You got Anti-Terrorism Act. What are you going to protest? They'll close you down so fast. Where's your power? There's no power in that. And then also, the Treasury Board has to say, okay, we've got money and we don't want to use it somewhere else. And then here's the real kicker, okay? In terms of our discussions about who you are. For each fiscal year, ONA is going to provide the province with summary information on how the funds were used within 120 days from the end of the prior fiscal year. If you are actually here as a true nation, it's none of your, pardon my language, damn business what you spend it on. It's a matter for decision of your governance. Why are they doing this? Because ONA is a society, and under BC
Have it flat.
Sure. So under BC Societies Act, you are only allowed to spend money in certain ways on certain things. That's not governance. There's no control. And then section 601, you're acknowledging that the funds provided pursuant to this agreement represent an accommodation by the province for the current and ongoing impacts of the CRT and activities and infrastructure related thereto on the Aboriginal rights of ONA. Well, again, we've talked a lot about what is it. So what do you gain? You're saying, don't own this. We're hoping to get 5% to our society. But we understand that's always for you to decide. And there's nothing we can do to make you do it. Section 701, here's an important thing. The ONA represented, the nation represented by ONA, Okanagan Nation Alliance Society, and the Chief's Executive Council represents and warrants to the province with the intent and understanding that these will be relied on by the province in entering this agreement, hold all the authorities, have the authorities to enter into this. They hold all the authorities. So don't tell me with this kind of paper, without doing some damage control and correcting your path, don't tell me that you're acting like a nation, because that's all somehow been handed up. I don't think you've handed it up. I think it's been taken, because that's what I see elsewhere. But without, seeing all that, I can't really comment. And this ends, the fiscal year ends 25-26 unless terminated earlier, can be extended. Again, that's not for your decision. And then this agreement terminates on the effective date of a long-term benefits sharing agreement related to the CRT, which includes as parties the province and the Indigenous nations. So relating to the CRT, relating to the Columbia River Treaty negotiations, is not being in those negotiations. You're doing something on the side where the province says, we own it, but we got to follow Section 35. We don't have to do a whole lot of consulting, and we can move forward because we got this new legislation, Bills 14 and 15, that is to fast track things. So yeah, we're going to have to get around to negotiating and maybe giving you some money and compensation. And we'll maybe try not to affect the salmon, for instance, but basically we'll do what we have to do in the interests of BC, in the interests of Canada. And they will then do their deal with the states. Now, here's the thing. You can't do a land claim by a BCR. These are equivalents to doing a land claim, but piecemeal. And they're being done by BCR. Chiefs are signing in, but then back this up, right? So it's, but the end goal is the same. You're just cutting the people out. Why cut the people out? Because the people have always been a pain, right? People always have collectively been able to sniff through something. I remember when I was Department of Justice and lawyer, and I would get developments, and I'd look at this and say, no freaking way, that's just money going to one person's pocket. This is not going to benefit. This is what's going to happen. So I'd reject those kind of things. I had one guy come in, a dentist, saying, you know what? I just have to give them, this is Twassen, right? Now they went on to do a land claim, but what they were going to be doing before I stepped in was accept a little paved entrance onto the main road. And he said, he's laughing at me. I'm white, right? He's in my office laughing. Look at how I'm getting these Indians. And I'm like, this guy's nuts. I'm a fiduciary here. So I went and explained to them how to do development, how you don't have to accept just that. Here, you can do this, right? I'm not an advocate for land claims, but they decided to do land claims. So again, that's their decision. But the point is, there's always someone out there to take advantage. Unless there's someone who can start to act and protect in that good way. So you can't do it by BCR. Now, usually if someone's using your land, there's rent, and there's two types. There's a base rent and there's a participation rent in commercial arenas, right? So there's development, commercial money is going to be made on your land. So you have a base and you have participation rent off the top. Off gross, not whatever they knock it down to because they've taken trips here and there, but off the top. And you know what? The rent gets paid first. If you don't pay the rent, you're gone. Instead of those kinds of deals, again, you don't have to make everyone say, we're going to look at everything the same way. Fine, you're going to say, oh, Section 35 is the law. We say, no, our law is the law, that kind of thing. You're not spending your time working that. But at the same time, when you're working your deal, you don't then agree with them. Everything's documented that you're agreeing with them and that you have no power, you have no economic sovereignty, whereas you have the strongest amount here. You just need to work out, if you decide you want to do a deal, here's the rent, here's what it costs you. Up front, no, you get to decide whether you pay rent. Is anyone ever in a position where they could say, you know what? I had to spend a little more on food this month, so I'm not going to pay rent this month. That's not the real world, but that's what you're signing into. Oh, the province can decide if we have enough money. Oh, wow. Someone like me says, take that and stuff it. What exactly are you going to do for these people? And they're going to tell you, you can do these things, but not these things. You can do this, but you better make sure this. And you're going to pay for someone who's going to monitor that independently, that are on your side, not someone from there that says, oh yeah, it's all fine. Right? Because you may not have that expertise, and you're going to need the money to hire that expertise that are clearly working for you and not in someone else's pocket, right? So these First Nation major coalition, major projects coalition, all of those people, that expertise, they're already in someone else's pocket. We're going to let you have them. Well, you're better off not having them. You'll do a better deal not having any technical, legal, accounting, any advice than taking those guys on, because they're already set a certain way. You need to develop that advice, and you will, but it has to be on your terms. If you're deciding to stay on that same path, if that doesn't matter anymore, again, not my decision, not my judgment, nothing, right? Then you go along with it. But my point is that don't expect much. And once they got you, if they're treating you this way when you still have it and you hand it over to them, you've got nothing left to work. What's it going to be like? Right? I don't have a lot of confidence in that. So effective date. So here, here are the actual parties. December 2024. To bridge the gap between the agreement in principle reached between Canada and the US this past July, so July 2024, and a ratified modernized treaty. So the gap between having AIP, which is not enforceable, and an enforceable treaty. The Canadian entity, which is BC Hydro, and the US entity, which is the US Army Corps of Engineers and Bonneville Power Administration, have entered into interim arrangements under the existing treaty through exchanges of diplomatic notes between Canada and the US to allow continued operations and implement some components of the AIP. Where are your diplomatic notes? Instead of being a fly on the wall, there was your opportunity to say, we will not undermine your existing treaty, which, by the way, is not law. I mean, you need to do the proper job on that. By the way, is not lawful because, Canada Crown doesn't own it, right? You can't treaty about something you don't own. But having said that, understanding that this is, here's our diplomatic notes. Not a guy who might have only been involved in manual labor, sitting and watching, reporting back, excited that he's there. There's nothing to be excited about being an observer over your own fate. That's a ward. That's no different than being locked up in a mental institution and somebody making those decisions for you. That's how disrespectful that is. I'd be embarrassed to come back and say, well, I got you observer status, right? If this person thinks that's a big deal, then you don't have the strength there that you need in order to protect your waters. Because all this gets put in place, you really don't have you're seen as having given it away. It's just too much paperwork to try to break down. So the United States and Canada last July 2024 reached this agreement in principle to manage the mighty Columbia River, an economic and environmental powerhouse. If you're looking at the economics, think of the value of this. Think what it's worth to nations like Canada and the US. Think about what that means. That's no different than, Saudi Arabia and the kind of money that extended family and those tribes, they operate that way. What they have, there should be no one here that's suffering. There should be incredible benefits here in lifestyle. Not that it's about money, though. See, that's the thing. If you focus just on getting the money, then you're betraying your own laws and reason for being here. This land and water is supposed to provide for you, but you are also, as nationals today, also can't just take it all for yourselves now. You have to make sure it's there for your future nationals of your nation. So the two countries negotiated for 6 years to update the 60-year-old treaty. So former President Joe Biden and former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced the tentative agreement last July 11, said it would last for 20 years. Like I said, the original treaty was back in the 60s. Now, this is, I think, the only time I could actually, based on the politics and that, can say, thank goodness, he did something great. April 1, 2025, amid the Trump administration's trade war and annexation threats, the work to update the 60-year-old treaty is paused after years of progress. Here's a window of opportunity. How long it'll be open, I don't know. So in January 30 and 31 of this year, you guys had a gathering from the Okanagan Nation Alliance, and they included an update on the CRT. And it says, you know, the ONA mandate, as I was looking at the document, the ONA mandate is to work collectively to advance and assert Okanagan Nation title and rights over the traditional territory. All that Section 35 language signals to the American and their lawyers that you don't talk about yourselves as the owners. You know, you're not anyone we need to worry about. BC will take care of you. And they got that framework agreement, whatever it says. But also interesting, right? In that agenda, there was a quote. But the ONA, respectfully, is just not acting and speaking consistent with this. But quote, takes me a while, Silk, Okanagan people signed the Okanagan Declaration on August 1987 at Kamaskus Park, declaring their sovereignty. Now, in 1987, there was no Section 35 doctrine. It didn't get started developing until 1990. So people were still clean of that indoctrination, if you will. And quote, we are the unconquered Aboriginal people of this land. Our mother, the Creator has given us our mother to enjoy, to manage, and to protect. We, the first inhabitants, have lived with our mother from time immemorial. Our Okanagan governments have allowed us to share equally in the resources of our mother. We have never given up our rights to our mother's resources, our governments, and our religion. We will survive and continue to govern our mother and her resources for the good of all for all time. Right on, right? Great statement. But you're not talking like that anymore. Now everything that's being written and said, it's all evidence of capitulation. It's all evidence of saying, yeah, you're right, Canada. We really never were. And that's the horrible thing about Section 35 doctrine that's founded on the doctrine of discovery. It's saying we never were a nation. We never rose to that development and stage of being able to have governance and societies and be nation. We never had that. Whereas it's the reverse. You guys are so far advanced. I mean, one of the things that has always intrigued me and fascinated me, and why I've been so passionate about it not being lost and given up and given away, so far ahead in terms of developments of societies and laws and governance and how to work things. Nothing, you know, obviously there's always conflict, there's always something happening, but how well developed that scared the people that came here when they saw things in action. That scared, if only the little bit that I've been brought into, being brought to different times, being instructed in different times and places, being told words that then tell me this relates to that I experienced, that power of guiding, that you're not alone, just the nationals alive today. All of that behind you, the power of that, how advanced and how you are actually supposed to educate them. You know, they came over in different kind of economic trade units and different stuff, but you weren't naive, didn't know how to trade. Of course you did. You survived. All human societies trade. They work out systems of land use. They work out permissions, systems of permissions and laws and how to act. And there was so much advancement on that, that this Section 35 just, it just, it's just so upsetting, because if you truly have seen that and know that and understand what it's saying, and understand that that was put in place and started by the Chief Justice, Antonio Lemaire, who was a personal friend of Pierre Elliott Trudeau, who appointed him to the Supreme Court of Canada, and that all of the lawyers that were there presenting on case, none of them came up with this stuff. The Chief Justice wrote and created the Section 35 doctrine. And here's the most important part of it. In the Constitution Act 1982, there's a Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Section 30, and in that, there's a Section 1, which limits those rights and freedoms. Section 35 is outside of the Charter. It could never form Part 1 because it can never be limited. The Queen would not be able to sign off on Constitution Act 1982 if there had been an attempt to write in what is there for the Charter. Why? Dealing with nations, those permissions, it's all understood. She could not sign it. Immediately after it being signed, and think of how incredible that would be, all of the provinces come together and agree to make amendments. And they make an amendment. You can't get any agreement across the province on anything, right? Like that. And I'm talking right after, and this is constitutional amendment. Because now the Constitution Act 82 allows for amendment locally. Queen doesn't have to sign off on that. So they amend it and say, oh, they redefine treaty to include land claims agreements. But so they got that in place, but then they had to go one further because there's no Section 1 limitation. So the personally selected Chief Justice, because there's no independence of our judiciary here. He says, okay, you know what? I think they forgot something when they did this. When they wrote this Section 35, they forgot something. A judge's authority only goes so far as to interpret what has been written. So if something that's been written is confusing, it's hard to understand what it means, the judge can then hear argument, debate, supporting documents, what was the intent at that time, in order to make a decision, okay, this is what it means. This is the law, this is what we accept as the meaning of that section, or that line, or that sentence. There is no Section 1 to interpret. So he says, going outside of any lawful jurisdiction in any country, he says, I'm gonna put in there what they forgot to do. And he puts in, as a matter of court decision, he writes in a new provision to Section 35, which is this ability to infringe, ability to limit the Aboriginal rights, provided that you do certain things. There's no ability for a foreign country to limit what you have. But through this political aspect, through Trudeau saying, watch me, I can deal with this, getting his court judge to write this in and decide. All the lawyers were shocked, like, what is this coming from? Normally, a judge needs to either select the best arguments or portions of it, and also engage their own students to do research and can add that in and say why. His only justification is they forgot to do this. They forgot, and it should be there. So now you have, as a matter of court precedent and decision, as a matter of court law, you have an identical provision to Section 1 of the Charter, which allows governments to we don't really have rights. The governments can do what they want, provided that certain tests are made or there's some limits on the governments. Those were never intended to be against you. So Section 35 has been was totally planned on how to do it. Totally gets around the Crown Indigenous relations and treaties by doing this. And then, of course, it's a big industry. You want to make some big money, like they were tapping me on the back. Hey, good for you, right? Smart. Got your experience. You're out there. You're going to go do these cases and make all these millions. And so it's a big industry, right? And lawyers know, okay. And the judges say, if you do this, you get this. Well, what the heck does that mean? Oh, you got a decision from the court that said, oh, they didn't consult enough or more meaningful. So what? You get more consultation. So what? What is that? There's no power. There's no decision making. You have said, well, it's not ours to make decisions about. We're just those creatures occupying the land that you should be careful of. No different than let's try to protect the salmon, right? And what you have, and here's the part that gets scary, I hate to say. Your laws, your obligations, your original instructions. If you let this happen, what are the consequences? You were put here. You were to protect. You were to make the decisions to make sure to the best of your ability in the times to adapt your laws, to adapt what's required. Not to sit as a fly on the wall and watch others do it. Not to delegate those responsibilities. That hasn't even happened. You haven't delegated those responsibilities. They've just taken it. And it's not enough, with all due respect, to say, well, I didn't know, or I didn't agree to that, or I didn't approve that. The fact is, this is what's happening. And you're here alive today, and you are here for the nation. It rests with you today, not next generation. Today, is there going to be a nation? Is this still going to be your lands and your waters? Will there be animals, or is this going to be burnt earth for as long as the waters flow, as long as the grass grows, as long as the sun shines? If you break those promises, your laws, what happens with Mother Earth? What's going to happen? If you look in Manitoba, this is a hard thing to say. It might sound a little out there, but I can't help but note that when one of those societies and one of those chairs of those societies said, we don't need a monarch anymore. We don't need a treaty. We don't need this. You better do something, unless there's like, that's sacrilegious, right? It's not just about laws, because your laws and the sacred is all one bundle, right? And I'm just thinking, oh my goodness. Well, guess what happens after that? And there was two actually that did these statements. Everything's burning there now. They're where those guys are from. They've been evacuated. It's mass destruction. And part of me is like, well, it sounds a little bizarre. Am I blaming them? Well, you don't curse something like that and not expect consequences. I don't know what the beliefs are. I don't know. But for me, it's a sign. It's not something to toy with. Let's put it that way. In trying to be political and trying to put pressure, there's some things you just don't do. It's like selling your soul to the devil kind of thing, equivalent. I don't know how else to express it. So last big area here, treaty making. Now, there is an event that took place in 1858. Backdrop to what took place. In 1858, there was about 30,000 gold seekers flooded the banks of the Fraser River from Hope to just north of Lillooet. It dissipated by the mid-1860s. So the Fraser River gold rush, fell apart then, but it had a significant impact. There were fears that there would be a massive influx of American miners that would lead to the United States to, quote, annex the non-sovereign British territory known as New Caledonia, which also then resulted in the founding of British Columbia as a colony. Non-sovereign. entity on your sovereign territory or sovereign land. I can't use territory anymore because it's been so co-opted. By the mid 1860s, the Fraser Rush collapsed and BC sank into a recession. Money was really tight. Now, you guys had threatened war in 1860 if there was no treaty. So then what happens next? On May 24, because of course, knowledge, that there's treaty making elsewhere, right? What about us? You better deal with us. You better, if you want to be here, or take us on, because you guys, up the valley winning, right? Chilcotin stuff, right? So there's this event, and here's how it's characterized in sort of the white version, if you will. An event is referenced where thousands traveled to hear Governor Frederick Seymour in New Westminster. Described as a series, thousands of Indians, right? Described as a series of gatherings for the Queen's birthday. Now, New West was the first capital of the colony of BC. It was capital from 59 to 66. Now, when I spoke with elders from your area, Shewepin and other areas, okay, what they told me, these were actual treaty negotiations, that flags and medals were handed out. Now, medals are not just handed out willy-nilly. Like today, there's a lot of different medals and stuff. But at this time, the medals were only handed out when a treaty was done, when a treaty was agreed to. Flags, sometimes different flags, but in terms of the main flag, right? Medals are the key here, though. But those medals got stolen because, of course, they know who they gave them to, right? There's record of that. And I know some medals are telling, places were burned, some people broke in and stole the medals, and things like that. And they were told that the written treaty would be provided. Again, which made sense. This is how it worked, right? This is how these were done elsewhere. Symbols, exchange, we have a deal, and then we'll get you the document. But it never came. And the elders, now ancestors, kept asking, where's our treaty? Where's our written treaty? We did a treaty. Where is it? Give it to us, right? But the problem was with that comes some financial responsibilities, right? England would not cover it. They wouldn't give any money. The colony's on its own. They're dealing with all these war initiatives and this, difficulties in the interior. So they're costing a lot of money. This is also a new governor. Seymour was new. He was trying to emulate Douglas, who, by the way, did treaties, right? So he was all proud of himself, saying, okay, I think I got a good one here. We got stuff going here. But the follow-up didn't happen because the money wasn't there. And he was distracted by what was going on elsewhere, trying to do that. So he said his priority was to raise more men and deal with them and go with them inland. He says, my great object, he later reported, was to obtain moderation from the white men in the treatment of Indians. But when you look at Governor Seymour's speech, it covers what was done in treaty making elsewhere. And he speaks of the assembled Indian chiefs. He doesn't speak of, what you see now, if you Google it, with thousands of Indians. He says the assembled Indian chiefs. And that's not just from one nation. You don't have that many chiefs from one nation. And everywhere I have gone, I have heard an elder tell me consistently, yeah, we did this. But this is being forgotten now. It's being lost, I believe, because, these people, in fact, one even showed me a medal, right? But I don't recall who that was right now, or if I even knew the name, because, so what does that mean? I believe that in that period of time, and I haven't done a full in-depth on this, I just haven't had time, right? that your nation's sovereignty existence was indeed recognized. BC never liked that. They didn't have the money. They didn't want to deal with you. They just wanted to take, they wanted to cash in. You got to remember who these individuals are that are coming from other places and what they think. You're just racist comment. You don't deserve this land. It's for us to take and use because you don't know how to use it. Right? Despite the fact you've been able to use it for thousands and thousands of years and it's still here and still able to provide and still healthy and clean and, the whole bit, right? But that's the reality. They're just not following up. So the elders always saying, treaty, where's our treaty? Now people think that, oh, it was asking to do a treaty. They're saying, where's the written treaty? Treaty's been done, where is it? So the oral information is passed on, but there's no document. Now, BC then, why does all this stuff come out of BC? Section 35 doctrine, first case comes out of BC, Marvin Storrow. All of the opt-in initiatives come out of Okanagan area. Robert Louis done a lot of that stuff. All of it comes from here. It threatens all the other nations. A lot of my work is to warn, why this has happened and what it means, and not to follow suit. You have lawyers in BC who can't get some things done like Section 35 litigation anymore because people wised up. They're going across Canada treaty areas where they never had to kind of worry about that stuff. And now they're being promised big payouts and they're getting them because, hey, it's really a drop in the bucket to have you guys maybe get, what's 5% of 300 million? I don't know. It's not that much, right? It's cheap when it comes to the kind of value we're talking about your resources. Now, it's important when I talk about the power you have in your ownership, you can always remember your laws. You can't rape and pillage either. You've got to follow your laws. Yes, it's to provide for you. Yes, you're to enjoy it and to live well, but not to destroy it. Now, you need to provide for future. So that's the other danger, that as you correct your path, as you start to feel and understand your power, that what saying they say, power corrupts, it does. Right now, you've got individuals who are probably feeling that power because, like this J character, I represent. Look at me, right? What are you doing there, right? Who would ever speak that way? If I were at a table like that, I would not represent or speak for. I would share information. I would defer to the chiefs and such. There's a way you do it. Even though the chiefs, for instance, that I've worked with, like for instance up north, would have no ability to write as I've written. But still, I would never say some of those things. I'm always carefully respecting what nation is communicating with you, that kind of thing. So anyone can say to you, oh, I know what to do. Let me do it for you. I'll speak for you. You don't hand your power away. You bring people and expertise that you need into your circle, but you form your circle. You protect that circle. You make sure you're doing things in accordance with your law. There's going to be mistakes, not going to be perfect, not going to be easy, but you sure as heck don't have to just say, okay, whatever you say we are, we are. That's a cop-out. Yeah, there'll be money there. That's the challenge. You get this right in terms of staying on path and then the world really seeing you for who you are and what you have. Money's never going to be an issue again. But it's hard for people to know that and understand that. But again, when you get to that stage, like I said, be very careful because you could turn into what's been turned against you. You could become that, as opposed to being the example to the world that you're supposed to be. And it's so exciting because there's so many, scientific announcements and stuff like that. And I chuckle. It's like,
Yeah, I heard about that from, that was worked out a long time ago, but oh, all of a sudden it's newfound, information, scientific discovery. So much of that, right? But yet you've been ripped from your families, you've been indoctrinated, you've been tortured, you've been put into poverty, you have been made to be like me with my half a cup of green peas, wondering what do I do next? And someone comes along and says, sign here and you will have food for a couple of weeks. Yeah, right? It's easy to see how that can happen. And it's, that's why those carrots are so hard to detract. But the beauty of it is that when you have people sitting there and taking that and holding out that they have things and authorities, but they don't actually. So it's not really that hard to set the facts straight. Now, you can't control what Canada is going to do. You can't control what BC can do, but you can control what you do. It's also not a time to be, like I said, pointing fingers. There might be some people in ONA, like some of the chiefs there, that really don't care about anything that I have to say here. They just about, we'll do the deal and this is the best deal we can get. And this is the only way we can do it. And they'll believe that. So there's no time to waste trying to convince them. If that's your situation, the one thing that's always impressed me about Okanagan Indian men, you guys you've always been solid. Like you've been like an anchor. When different things are being proposed, you stood solid. And I know at those times that people have sort of, the others would allow, oh, you could have had this, could have had that. But look what you kept. The other stuff was peanuts. And I know that some of your former, going back, that went through a lot dealing with other parts of the Okanagan. And so you may find yourselves in this kind of situation yet again, where it comes to you to be the anchor for Okanagan and to be the example of other things. But in order to put, ideally, you damage control any internal documents, any deals you've done, any settlements, any litigation, anything where there's representations. You need to use diplomacy, act as a nation, not as being beneath Canada and the province. Drop BC entities, right? They're not of you. They're artificial persons, and corporations don't have any human rights, and that means societies too. So by putting yourself under that, you're saying we're not entitled to any of the international protections of international law concerning human rights. Remember that human rights in Canada, the charter, limitation, they can be stepped on. We don't have any protections or rights in Canada. Provinces can override it by using Section 33, but also Section 1, they can infringe on those rights if there is a meaningful objective and reason to do it. We are like a fiefdom here still, with our lords running things. But the difference is, this ain't their land. You're being oppressed, you're being abused, you're being set up. Some people are being sweet talked. I remember one chief telling me from here, like not Okanagan, but another band, how it was when he first went in and met the ministers and such. He was so nervous that he put his leather jacket of his girlfriend's on instead of his own. They're both black. So he's going in there wearing his woman's jacket. And he sat at the table and he was told, and you could see him just so proud, being told how wonderful he is, how he is helping his people, how he's going to make a difference. He's going to be recorded in history of what he's done for his people. All this real ego stroking stuff, all this stuff. Everything that particular man has done has been to undermine nations. There might have been money made. There might have been a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but the underlying foundation, the basis, everything he's done has been the opposite of what he was told. But that's how people are appealed to. It's not just the money. It can be you're going to make a difference. Oh, great. That's what I was raised to do, to make a difference, make things happen, to protect. Can't trust that, right? they create psychological profiles. Why do I know this? Joe Mathias, he used to be a very loud speaker, effective speaker on nationhood, Squamish. And I was at out eating lunch outdoor patio, and he came by. Oh, Jen, I hadn't met him in person, right? But oh, Janice Switlo, I know all about you. I'm like, I'm Joe Mathias, and I'm this, right? And I'm like, okay, And then he says, "Yeah, I've got the file. I'm one of the ones that got the file on you." Okay, and smiling, and we got this under control. We got you under control. And I thought, really? So not long after that, I was at a conference on self-government, and he was speaking. So I was all curious about this stuff, right? Why is he so interested in me, right? And I know he's talking government when he's talking files like that. So there he is speaking on stage, and I look at him and I'm wondering to myself really hard, what is it you really want, Joe Mathias? He's literally in mid-sentence. He looks out and he shouts, "I want money and power." Then he looks around the whole audience like shock. I'm kind of smile. Oh, I got one of my questions answered. Like that stuff can happen for me, right? And he's just he walks off, just leaves. But then I knew what he was really about. No matter what he may have been younger. Like there's this one, but chief, I said, in the black leather jacket, I know from elders, he was actually seen as gifted and was prepared. But a thing happens. And I actually wondered about that myself. Well, how could someone like that, who was so prepared, understood, how could he end up over here doing this? So one day I woke up in the morning and I looked in the mirror, which is unusual in itself, but look in the mirror and I'm going to say, "You're pretty special, aren't you? Look at you. Look at how clever you are." I'm like, this is really weird. I'm talking to myself, but it's not myself, kind of. "Yeah, you're just so clever. You're special. You're really powerful." And then it dawned on me, because by this time, certain gifts had been given me and I'd seen things that happened. I thought, this is what it is. It was one of those lessons. This is what happens. That just because you're a tool and being a helper and being used and called in for something for that moment that needs to be done, doesn't mean it's your power. Doesn't mean you make it happen. Not the least. You're just convenient. You just happen to be there, happen to be the best one, knows how to use this tool, and you do it. But some people soon believe it's them. And when that darkness comes in, not everyone makes it through. Not everyone sees that as the lesson. I asked the question, I got the answer, but I got it, the feeling. I was like, it was like rising up in me, and I'm like, wow. And it's like, oh, now if I had moved along in that feeling and continued and said, okay, I want to carry this, I'd probably be pretty wealthy, but I wouldn't have liked what I have achieved, I think, at the end. So this is the other stuff. So do you waste your time? If that's happened to someone and they happen to be at a table you have to deal with, you're not going to get through to someone like that. If they've already been along that way and if they didn't pass the test then, or they wanted it, and abused, and weren't humble with what they were given to carry to help them do what they could do, you're not going to reach them. So you have to look again at what you control. What can you do? Knowing that a few can do so much for all. No matter all this, it can be overwhelming. All this money thrown at stuff, all this money coming in there. I don't have that. I don't have that. If it only takes 2 paragraphs, if it only takes 2 pages to set things right, that doesn't take a ton of money. It takes some commitment, takes some time. But if you do it from the right place for the right reasons, as part of a commitment to your people, it's the most powerful thing ever and will make all the difference. I've been very fortunate. Sometimes I've been stewing on something, and then suddenly 2 a.m, I got to do something, and I'm writing for maybe almost 2 full days straight. No break, no pain even. And I'm like, okay, and it's got to go now and I got to send it and I do it. And it's like, then I'm sitting back going, what was that about? You know, mine like, what was that? 5 years later, in this particular case, 5 years later, it comes to pass. I'm shown why I needed to do that then at that particular time and send it where I sent it. And this is why a lot of people in Canadian government think I have internal spies. I don't. I have your people helping me and telling me now. You know, I might chew on something and it's like, hold back, hold back. I think I should do it, but no. And then all of a sudden, middle of the night now, right? Okay, I'm all ready and it's done. And it goes. It turned out in that particular case, there was a bill being tabled that very day that my thing arrived that then caused the bill to be pulled because they didn't want to, they knew they wouldn't be able to get that through.
Go ahead, Dave.
Is that just because of the wordage used?
Well, the timing, yeah, it comes down to words. It really does come down to time to work on words. So it's the kind of thing like if you do this, and I didn't know they were doing that. If you proceed with this, so it's kind of like I was sharing, it was like I knew what their plan was in terms of implementing a strategy. And I laid it out, even though I didn't know that they were doing that. So if you proceed in this type of thing, then I will do this. It's also that part. It's not just words, it's like warnings, consequences, exactly. And I'll tell you this to say, I'm going to sue on the basis you didn't consult. It's laughable. Go ahead. Even now, like I said, with this new legislation, BC and Canada, it's not even going to take as long because some of those Section 35 duty to consult stuff still take a little bit. They got that wrapped now. Like I said, it'll be a really straightforward matter. Courts won't be able to delay that. The only thing that will take some time is whether you get any money out of it. And there's no incentive on them at that point even to accommodate you, to give you any decent money because they've got the development. You know what I'm saying? Where's your leverage on any of that? You know, as owners and as resources and water and that, you got huge leverage. Once you make your deal though, you're bound by that. But if you're basically saying, yeah, have at it, do what you want with my stuff. And it seems like, oh, you're not really doing that. We're there. Well, it is what you're doing. This is how lawyers like me will look at what you're saying and doing and advise. You don't have to worry about what he says. He's not worried about these Asian investors because their lawyers will look at it and go, yeah, it's not going to hold up the development. Business is all about risk analysis. If you've got money holding and pending and not being used, you're losing money because it's not making money. It's just sitting there. So delaying a development costs money and increases risk. Given this stuff, and I can tell you like that, to be honest, is brilliant, right? I mean, I have to, every time I'm sort of throwing a wedge, I can see their, you know, response and they're clever and they do things, right? And I mean, fortunately I can see it, but I have to also respect that this is some pretty good talent, you know, to be able to make it to this point. But no matter how talented or how clever they are, it comes down to the basic facts. But it can't be just Switlo saying, I see the nation. If you're out there saying, no, we're not a nation, we're only Indian Act bands, and the chiefs now decide through a BC society, it'll be, well, so what, Switlo? You saw that then, but this is now. They've made a decision. This is how you're pursuing it.
I've got to go, but I just have one more question. Very interesting when we look at things, when you address things. And, you know, we've had updates, Jack over about his negotiations and how he does things. Are you aware of other people that utilize the same tactics, same thought process, verbiage throughout Canada from a First Nation perspective to further their bands or their nations?
They're trying. Like there are people who advise and who will, here's the problem. There's lots of people now that know what's going on. The difficulty is knowing what to do about it. That's the crux of it. So there are people who are trusted and will give advice, but they're using the same tool belt. Well, let's go to the UN. Waste of time, right? So the things they're doing, it's the same. It's like hitting your head against the, so they're talking like, we need to protect the nation. We need to do this. We need to not do that. But in their doing, what they believe, the only thing they think you can do doesn't do the protection. Yeah, right. That's and my whole intention when I came out was to teach the lawyers, the advisors, how to do it, how to do this stuff. And why am I so unique and why am I so passionate about it? Because it's real. If you could have read what I've read and seen when I was Department of Justice, but you can't, and I can't tell you those details. But then to combine that with then seeing real nations, hearing from the people who've passed on the information, and it's all consistent. See, even with treaties, right? Canada says, oh, you sold your lands. No, in those treaties, there are 4 operative words: to have and to, or 5, to have and to hold. Now, most lawyers, I'm keen. What does that mean? What is that? Nothing's in there for no reason. So let's look into it. You only find those words. They represent boilerplate clauses in, guess where? Leasehold agreements. You will never see that in a conveyance or a sale. You will only see that when a lesser interest is being established. So it's blatant when elders would talk about, oh, it's like a lease. It is. It's like a lease. And if the lawyers were allowed to keep representing, and it wasn't illegal to have Indians as clients, then that information would have continued. So Canada says, oh, no, you sold out. And then they scare you guys off real treaties and get you to back off saying you had a treaty already done and say, we got something better. We got this land claims process, or we've got this Aboriginal rights and Aboriginal title process. These are better. But yeah, that's the problem. And so, yeah, I will leave as much of a legacy in terms of information and possibility that I can. But you know what? This is happening really fast. And is there time for me to write the book and then people to learn from the book and before it's all done? There isn't. 30 years ago, yeah. So I wasn't in such a panic, if you will. But if some simple stuff can be done now and you survive in it, then there's lots of time to figure out how best to do it. But you've been taught by primarily liberal governments how to politic like that. You haven't been taught diplomacy, the language of diplomacy. Your elders, ancestors, they know that stuff really well. I mean, when I would speak to them when they were still alive, right? That like they know this stuff. Easy to go back and forth. But the young ones, the ones coming out of law school, ones coming out of universities, they're being indoctrinated a certain way. And this idea that it's just not possible for you to really own all this and to really be nations. Yeah, it's a unique circumstance here where you agreed to share, but on your terms, under your laws, with your permissions. It's a very different scenario than someone coming in and saying, well, we're just taking it. Why? Because we deserve it more than you. I mean, ultimately, there's no legal reasoning there. There's no way to justify it. So the big focus is, of course, to have people with their blinders on and go a certain way. And like I said, this legislation and the throne speeches is a big bow. And just cross our fingers that we get enough and that you guys forget. Because if you think of a next generation that isn't hearing some of the stuff we've heard, and you've heard, how are they going to think about it? They're going to think the same way, and then it's done. Time, right? But yeah, I wish there were more because, you know, I'm getting old, I'm getting tired. It's hard work sometimes. It's not in the sense of knowing how to do it, but it's trying to teach more people how to do it. And even when I'm teaching, there's a difference. That's how lawyers work. For instance, you learn from other lawyers. It's in the seeing it done. It's not enough just to read about it. You got to be there and see how it's done. So, for instance, like up north, right? Some of them don't even know don't even appreciate that the diplomacy I exercised as their diplomat, basically, that brought in head of government, how unusual that is. That doesn't happen. Why is that? And the other thing that happened, the territory in Canada brought in their lawyers, their senior lawyers, even though I'm not there as a lawyer. Why? They got to make sure something's not said, because the other reputation I have is quoting people. Just say, here's what you said. This is what it means. Thank you very much for that admission. That kind of thing. So the lawyers are there. You don't talk. And even when I tested it too, I directly asked the lawyer a question. They're like, I'll have to get back to you. Again, because it's at that kind of level.
Anybody else got the questions? Yeah, I have one. You know, I mentioned Tommy Gregor all the time, and he talked about there being a treaty in place. And actually, when we were up at the Fish Lake Accord, I was talking to Barlene Swackham from Upper Smokemean. She was mentioning that, and she said actually that treaty was recorded in the windows in the Parliament buildings. She said she went with Tommy and some other elders when she was younger over there to look for evidence of that. And there was just one window that was left that kind of pointed towards that, had to do with the British flag and the agreement that was made between the three rivers. I think it was the Fraser, Columbia, and I can't remember what the other river was. But yeah, so that information is still alive in some pockets. But Tommy, he always said that the Royal Proclamation still applies of 1763. And we're allies of the crown. We're on par with the crown. We're not subjects. Big difference between a subject and an ally. And we proved our allied relationship in every war. And especially in the Fraser Canyon when we went down, when the Americans were shooting us on sight like they did in 1849 down in San Francisco. And our warriors in the Okanagan Shuswap Confederacy went down and backed up the Atlakapak and drove those miners out. And there was some kind of agreement that was made there. I think the miners assassinated their own leader as things were going so bad. And then there was some kind of agreement where they got out with their lives, from what I'm told. But yeah, there's a whole big history, you know, like my research, I found out the first settlers here were Freemasons. They've had a chapter up between Enderby Armstrong. I believe they were here to break up the Okanagan Shuswap Confederacy. And another chapter was down in Headley. That was right after we helped the Atlakapak drive the Americans out, and I believe that they were there to break up our allied relationship with the Atlakapak. And of course, we had to deal with the Catholics and the priests using our confessions as military intelligence. Yeah, I've heard oral history about there was a guy that was heading down to New Westminster, and some kind of accident happened and he died, and then they found on his body a note from Father Pandozzi giving out military intelligence, who the good Indians were and our numbers and weaknesses, strengths, so on and so forth. So And then if you read books by Tom Swanky, 2015, he came out with some books about how smallpox was purposely spread among our people in all of BC. The only ones that escaped that pandemic at that time, and this was right after the Fraser River Gold Rush as well. And the only ones that escaped that pandemic were the Tanaka, according to Tom Swanky, and that jives with our oral history, because our oral history, we gave the Tanaka sanctuary in the Fernie Valley from the Blackfoot. And when they were spreading this super spreader around the province, they survived because the government didn't know that they were there. So there's a lot of things that are starting to come out now, and books written by white people, you know, that and they're getting a lot of their information from the BC archives. I'd love to get into the Vatican. The Vatican has opened up their library the past few years. I think it's 2 weeks a year. And Leanne Cameron said that Phil Fontaine, a former national chief, is one of the researchers that's got the credentials to go in there whenever they open it up. And you know, maybe that's something the council could think about, is maybe hiring Phil Fontaine to go into the Vatican. Because there's so much secrets that we don't know, that we've been up against, these secret societies and all these different dark forces that we're still dealing with today. So anyways, I realize that council and staff here and working overtime. Yeah, Tim?
First, I just want to thank Janice for coming down. It's very interesting and good information you shared with council today, and made me think a lot of different things. Like, I think one thing I liked, maybe you or somebody like that, is to review our policies, because I know that some of them are filled with INAC rhetoric, and so it'd be nice to have somebody go over them. And also, I was wondering about the Hudson's Bay records and stuff like that. Like, they're closed down. Where's all their stuff?
Yeah.
So, yeah, because they're pretty influential down here. Well, they're the ones that are the first warriors against us.
Mm,
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you.
pleasure.
Okay, I guess Janice, Tim's brought up a pretty good suggestion, and we'll discuss that and get council to hopefully bring you back and to take a look at especially some of the language that I think we need to send a letter to the ONA outlining this council's position in regards to protecting our title and rights for future generations. I totally agree with you about now's not the time to be pointing fingers. I'm reminded that all the time, especially by Dave, that but we need to start using language, getting back to our Okanagan Nation Declaration that was signed in Kamasket at 1987, and start using that ownership language for that our future generations could use down the road. So I think there is coming a time, according to our prophecies. Remember former Chief Albert Saddleman saying that he come back from a meeting back east around 1990, and heard a prophecy that there's coming a time when the United States and Canada are going to fall apart, you know, but we're still going to be here. I think we always have been. So we have to protect that for our future generations. You have any closing comments at this time?
Well, just given that you mentioned that, I'll share vision, not sure what to, that I saw. And that was like an army of very small Asian soldiers just swarming through Canada and clearing through everything and going into the States. And here I am, it's kind of like being in the, like a, stampede, right? Like, oh my God, right? I mean, that's the end of me. But as I'm standing up on the mountain and I'm not being hurt. In fact, they're looking at me and they're giving me a nod. But then I quickly realized it's not me they're nodding to. I happen to be out front, but behind me were all these men in all their traditional regalia. They're all, some I hadn't even seen at the time that I had this. I've seen since, right? And they were paying respect to the owners of the land. In other words, they could not swarm and move you off. You were standing and saying, this is ours. But whatever was happening with Canadian governments, US governments, that was all happening. It was like locusts just screaming through and clearing out. But you couldn't be touched. And I realized I was only protected and safe because of where I was standing with who I was standing. And the weird thing being I was kind of standing a little in front as opposed to in the same line. So it's like I'm not part of, but yet I was visible. So told me, visible to the world, if you will, that when I'm speaking, I'm talking about these guys and not these guys. So that hit me very hard when I was shown that. The other thing that always motivates me is, the faces of the little children. Sometimes I'm working and I see them very, very happy and playful and it's been a while since I've seen that. I see very serious little faces and I see some faces with tears. And that's not right. That's not what it's supposed to be, right? So it reminds me just how serious this has become. And it's kind of like the timing on that is, like I said, a lot of stuff I do, people are not even aware of. But if one person can make a difference like that, every individual can make a difference like that. Whether you're making the coffee, recording something, handing out pens and pencils, it's all part of it. It's what you care about. And this is big industry. It's big money for individuals. Those lawyers and such who have moved the Section 35 stuff, they gotten awards, recognitions. Like I have things like who's who in the world and who's who in finance and industry, but nothing coming out of Canada for the province. You won't see me getting any of those kind of awards, right? The effort becomes don't listen to her, right? She doesn't know what she's talking about. All these other people are doing it this way, so this must be the way it should be done. And what I'm saying is, whatever's been done, you can't, don't worry about it in the sense you can't undo it. You can't control what's still happening. You can't make everyone see things the way you see it, but you can damage control. You can cover things. And as long as you keep that and understand how important that is, that's going to do it. And you'll be fine. You really will. Don't let them put words in your mouth. Don't let them be your history because they're not going to. History's written by those who win the wars, the conquerors, who write the history. Don't be conquered. Don't be conquered in that way. It's a paper war. And even those who say, okay, well, yeah, I'm going to bring litigation, I get you money. Is that what it's easy to get money? I'll tell you, very easy to get money, but it's what you pay, what you have to give up to get that money. So be cautious when you're talking with a lawyer who say, oh, I can do all this stuff, especially if their whole business is Section 35 litigation. And know that issues between nations are not justiciable or are not able to be decided in the domestic courts of one of those people. So you would never think of Putin going into American court to resolve and decide an issue between Trump and Putin. It is not going to happen, right?
Maybe not four.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. It's a bad example, right? Yeah, exactly. But you get my point, right? The only way it can become within the jurisdiction of the Canadian courts, if you say you're within Canada, if you in those pleadings and that proceeding, by definition, Crown owns everything. By definition, you're beneath the Crown. But that's not the truth. But it is the only way it works in order to get these things into courts. And there can be big money to be made. So, but there's costs associated, right? I could have had millions and millions and millions of dollars, but I wouldn't be able to look in the mirror and I would be breaching my commitments. And that scares me more than anything. That's what keeps me focused, no matter what, is said or done or, But yeah, I'm a threat to a lot of people's business.
Okay, Janice, thank you very much. And we'll be in touch. I think we gave us a lot of information that we need to digest and sleep on and think about. And but definitely, I think there's an appetite to have you do some work for us to help clean up our language to make sure that we protect our title and rights for future generations. Okay, on that note, I'd like to say thank you for the ones online and for Mary, the only band member left there. Yeah, but, yeah. Anyways, okay, we'll call it a meeting and it's all been recorded for future generations and for anybody else band member that wants to listen in. Yeah. Okay.
We appreciate you've got a YouTube channel.
Yeah, YouTube channel. I really